another week, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Let me adjust my cameras as we go into this, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me on Talk Live on IG, YouTube. Like, subscribe, comment on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Yes, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. After a very tumultuous week, to be fair. I'm just advancing the screen on that. Lana BK sends her love. Thank you very much, Lana BK. And we get into this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stop this. I didn't have anything to eat all day. So therefore, sorry, we had to do a little Omaha on everything. So we're back live, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live. Hope you had a great week. I didn't have a great start of the week. My Arsenal lost this week to the likes of Man City 2-0 after I wouldn't say embarrassing performance, a disappointing performance. To be fair, they never really came out to play in the second half, and we lost. So we move on, we move forward with other fish to fry, as my man Robbie would say. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live. So let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into this right away. Last week, to end the week, we started off with The Bachelorette and the end of its, well, I wouldn't say the end of its franchise, but the end of this season because of Frankie Taylor Paul literally going ape on her boyfriend, and it was on camera, and so the show was canceled after a massive multimedia publicity run, and it was expected. Well, this is one of the pillars of the ABC network. And it has to go away simply because it was. It wouldn't be good to see a woman beat down on a man, and despite the feminist diaspora, the feminist directive that most channels do adhere to, including Netflix, which we will speak on tonight. That is not a good look. That is never a good look for a woman to be not the object of domestic violence, but the one who was giving domestic violence to his man, and to give her her own show, Bachelorette show, and also continuing the Mormon Wives show with her on it. Well, that didn't make any sense, no matter how many followers she had on Instagram, that being 6 million to be fair. So she had to go, and we move on and move forward, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live, and great job by ABC. But we have another Manosphere dilemma here, and it came from our own ranks, or should I say, one of our simp ranks, and that is from the one and only Louis Theroux. I've heard so many badgerings of his last name, Theroux, Starum. It's ridiculous. You think that you can do a Google search for how to pronounce his last name, and they would give it to you, but certain people, they never did take the time to do their own research, as we will find out so eloquently tonight. So thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live. It is Louis Theroux. He is in English. He is a British documentarist, and he was enlisted by Netflix, one of the biggest channels in the world, and he was enlisted by them to write, their second knock against the Manosphere, or should I say their second directive against the Manosphere, the first being Adolescence, the show that was sweeping all awards in terms of all the awards in the awards season, for especially during the Golden Globes. They did massively well at the Golden Globes for best picture, best small screen picture and the like, and it pulled in a lot of favor from them, because again, it is from the feminist directive. So I expect nothing less, ladies and gentlemen. I had a look at that movie, and it was clear what their agenda was, and that was to take out by any means Andrew Tate, but didn't fail to do so. He only grew stronger. However, they decided to take another shot at it through this documentary that I saw this past weekend, Saturday before the Sunday of my side's demise, and it is named Inside the Manosphere by Louis Theroux. We're gonna hear from all sides in this one. So this is going to be a pretty lengthy one. So do strap in for this, because we're going to get all ends. We're going to get the feminist side. We're going to get the various Manosphere sides, and where Louis Theroux really dropped the ball, which is in his editing. Some of the contributors to that documentary did their due diligence and made sure that their tales were told, because if it came from if they didn't, it would only come from one way. So we see other people's agendas straight away. So let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to let the ladies go first. Yes, from the feminist echo chamber, the modern woman diaspora. Yes, indeed. So we're going to list the one and only Manosphere Highlights Daily to take us through our first sojourn, our first critique of the Manosphere, of the Inside the Manosphere documentary. Now, Inside the Manosphere documentary, just to let you know, is one of the more requested, in the top 10 of most requested shows on Netflix at this moment. It's still available for view. Well, if you care about such a topic, I advise you to have a look at it and form your own critical opinion. I made sure that I did, and so my analysis is, I believe, well, I try to be as unbiased as possible. I don't pull punches. I will give it to. I will cede my time and again stand corrected where I need to be, but it won't be much tonight, really. Quite simply, because again, simps and feminists together. Well, they do make up a group. Quite simply, I think for the. Feminist age, quite simply, they all were in lockstep on certain things, and including those who were enemies of those who were profiled in this documentary, including the likes of Aber and Preach, who I really do like. I think these guys are really cool people. However, yeah, they have an agenda, and that is to make Myron look very, very bad at any and all costs. And again, there you'll see the mudslinging, a bit of that mudslinging tonight, and many other podcasts as they take sides here. And this is my side, and I believe that. I think Louis Theroux got it wrong, and I think through evidence that I'll present tonight, will show how wrong he did receive it, and that he was serving an agenda and not the real truth from both ends of the spectrum, and from all ends of the spectrum, quite simply. He only took it from a sensationalistic viewpoint. So let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen, through Manosphere Highlights Daily. I will put it up here on the Ubius Tubius so you can see for yourself. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live. There I am, and we're going to get through this, ladies and gentlemen. And this video here, Women React Inside the Manosphere documentary proving Louis Theroux made things up. I believe made things worse. Yes, indeed. He did indeed make things worse, but we want the ladies' point of view, so we're going to get it here on Talk Live. Thank you very much for joining me. Let's get into it.
Documentary that just dropped called Inside the Manosphere. This documentary was made by a man named Louis Theroux.
It's Theroux. Clearly, she didn't do her Google advisory. Funny. Americans, let's go.
Really think I butchered that last part? I apologize.
Yep.
Just watch this new Manosphere documentary.
Everybody has been talking about the Netflix documentary with Louis Theroux, Manosphere.
I just watched this documentary on Netflix about the Manosphere by Louis Theroux.
So many people are watching this Inside the Manosphere documentary, and everybody's talking about the men, right? The ideology, the podcasts, all of the controversial things they say, the outrage, all of it. I have a much more interesting perspective on this, I think, right?
Something tells me she doesn't. She literally doesn't. Let's continue.
What have I told you? Louis Theroux's Netflix documentary Inside the Manosphere only made things worse. The #1 trending documentary on Netflix has mostly a female audience. And today we're going to highlight what female content creators took away from it, so you can see for yourself what damage this documentary does.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Netflix is indeed it is the echo chamber for feminism everywhere. Everybody knows that. You're not going to get a balanced view from these people. You're only going to get that through, independent sources, as we will reveal tonight. And it's a shame, because Netflix does do relatively good programming. But in this instance, especially putting my man Dave Chappelle out there for the world to see. Shout out to Netflix for doing that. But in this case, they get it terribly wrong. Let's continue.
Let's start with how these women define the manosphere. Let's jump in. Ain't that a man?
Interesting. The manosphere presents itself as a movement about control, about dominance, about man reclaiming their place at the top of the hierarchy.
Which explores this kind of incel attitudes of men towards women and life in general, and how like these men are exploiting and
Hey, you can see right away these ladies are leading with insults. They're not leading from an unbiased and objective point of view. They are just literally here to lambaste things, as was Louis Theroux and his directive. Let's continue.
Targeting younger, like children, basically. I reckon I'd say 12 to 16, 12 to 18 is their target market. And they're kind of like spouting these views of...
As you can see, she's trying to say that... the manosphere, not for men, it's for juvenile, so therefore it is of, well, how shall I say? It's not adult content. It's not thoroughly studied. It's not contextualized. It's not analyzed. It's not critically thought out. It's literally for juvenilic thinking, and quite simply, that shows the myopic view of feminists everywhere. Let's continue.
Misogyny.
Misogyny. Women should be in the kitchen. Like, she has to bend over whenever I say. I can shag whoever I want, but she can't. And it's really like they genuinely believe this, and they are very viral on TikTok and YouTube and the platforms that our children are watching.
The manosphere, for those who are unfamiliar, is the online world of misogyny, promoting hypermasculinity, sexism, and the opposing of feminism. It's
Again, they're leading with online world of misogyny. The first thing they do is they don't even give a balanced view. They give their point of view, which is, how shall I say, disrespectful and irresponsible at best. But again, what do you expect? Let's continue.
made up of pickup artists, men rights activists, and incels.
Congratulations, gentlemen. According to this definition, you're all misogynist. Not because of what you said, but because where you exist. Even if you're a men's rights activist, you're part of this online world of misogyny. Thanks to Louis Theroux, none of these women have the definition correct. But don't worry, we found someone who got it right.
And so I want to start with a definition that I gave to what I felt the manosphere was, and I did type it up so I don't mess this up.
Note that we see Dr. Katie... Sorry, let me move this down here. Get out of the way of Mr. Manosphere himself. Dr. Katie Keene Montgomery, organizational anthropologist, a doctor, a learned individual, a person who's supposed to give an objective and balanced point of view and study of both sides, quite simply. You're getting a lot of rage bait from a lot of these feminists who literally haven't read a proper book in years. It's refreshing to see someone who indeed has seen both sides, has an academic background so that she can weigh both ends of the table and give a balanced view of things instead of a loud and pedantic and unserious, unmotivated and lazy narrative in terms of blaming all men as misogynists. And framing all men as misogynists. Let's continue.
So the manosphere, as I define it, is a loose, decentralized network of online communities, content creators, and ideological ecosystems that center their messaging around male identity, gender roles, and heterosexual social dynamics. It spans Reddit forums, YouTube channels, podcasts, Telegram groups, TikTok accounts, and paid Discord servers. So that's my definition of it.
There you go. Did you hear the word misogyny in that definition? No, because when you actually study something, you don't start with a conclusion. You start with observation. And that definition alone shows you that a 90-minute documentary falls way short of covering what this space really is. But to be fair, Theroux already told you he wasn't interested in doing that.
But at its edges is a community of more extreme content creators. It was this world and its motivations I was most intrigued by.
Now let's talk about...
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is, Louis Theroux literally told you. He was interested in sensationalism and not shout to Coco Culture 99. Thank you very much for joining me on Talk Live. But he was interested in the sensationalistic view of the red pill. He wasn't interested in its academic and the theoretical side. He was not interested in its many voices, because it's not just on the right wing, which is what we'll define tonight. He's not interested in its right wing. He's not interested in its sensationalistic view. He's not in its loudest end. He was quite simply, Netflix was only interested in hearing the loudest, the strongest, and the most combative of views, quite simply. And we'll note one person who was not in this video, and who chose not to because he already been through the gauntlet and did not want to be a part of it again. You can suspect who that person was. Let's continue.
Well, why that makes things worse? Check this out.
It's really hard for me not to see the parallels between how a podcast like Fresh and Fit, where they regularly, for those of you, God bless you if you're not familiar with this pod.
Note the channel name here, Bad Faith. I'll leave you your own conclusions as to this subject. Let's continue.
Podcast world is like out here, but they regularly get a panel. How would you describe it, Magdalene? Of like 6 or 7 women, young women in their early 20s.
Yeah. Mostly.
That's a lie, because if these women ever cared to look at their show in particular and maybe study 5 or 6 shows and in and of itself looked at their full content, and not their TikTok views, they would realize that these gentlemen, Fresh and Fit, would bring in all groups of women, scholars included, onto their show to debate them. They actually asked them to be debated on their show, but however, many of these scholars do not choose to be on their show. I wonder why. Because, let me say this, Myron Gaines is a very formidable foe when it comes to this sort of thing, and he's gone to campuses throughout the United States to debate these ladies at their core, but they would never come to him, of course. Let's continue.
Trans models, or otherwise Instagram models, women with large social media followings, usually intentionally curated to provoke a negative attitude towards women in general, by making these women look superficial or stupid, and they follow sort of a debate format where they're asking these trans models to, talk about feminism and men's issues, and the whole thing is basically just to generate a viral clip where they can laugh and say that women are so stupid.
Interesting, because isn't that exactly what this documentary did? Curate a group of the most extreme personalities, clip the most shocking moments, and present that as the whole picture? That's not investigation, that's selection. Let's flip it. If someone made a documentary about women and only followed OF creators and Instagram models, would you call that accurate? Exactly. Now let's take it a step further.
Hi guys, my name is Right.
All right, and he's right. And Manosphere highlights video is absolutely right. Listen, Louis Theroux decided to take a sensationalistic point of view, a view where he was going to get a lot of clicks and a lot of views from these people, a view where he's going to stir up a lot of banter between the sides, be it simps and yes, indeed, I didn't forget their names. Feminists on one end, and also on the other end, it would be red pill men of a certain grade. That is from the right wing. There are different ends of the red pill that Louis Theroux never goes into, which we will discuss tonight. And it's a shame that he doesn't, because this is a multivariate, multi-layered topic, a very nuanced group, a very nuanced debate, a very nuanced topic that men debate here, and we'll speak to Mr. Sexton, James Sexton, about that, and he'll dissect said groups a little later on in the show. But again, It was for clicks. It was for views. It was to get people talking. It was to discuss. It was basically Jerry Springer. It's funny how he wore glasses. It was Jerry Springer set to documentary. Let's continue.
Right-wing Zoomer. I am a Republican right-wing content creator, and I care deeply about the conservative movement. I care about what we fight for, I care deeply about traditional values and upholding them. And I typically don't find myself agreeing with people on the other side of the aisle, but today that's a little different.
All right, gentlemen, stay with me here. This woman identifies as right-wing. Listen carefully.
Now, Lewis is a liberal from the UK, so there's probably not much that me and him can agree on. But when I tell you he did an amazing job with this documentary, there are absolutely no complaints from me.
No complaints. Keep that in mind. Now watch what she says next.
Now, again, she is not going to break rank with her feminist sister. That is one thing. Believe all women. It's post Me Too. So she is not going to be the one who's going to break rank with her feminist sister at all. This is an echo chamber from which she wishes not to escape, even though she considers herself a tradcon, and a tradcon with a décolletage, if you know what I mean, which is amazing to me. Let's continue.
Bottom of my heart, I'm grateful that Lewis made this documentary because I've struggled with the far right. I deal with the sexism. I talk against the far right, and it feels like nobody cares. It feels like these men are just taking over.
Did you catch that? She's making a distinction between the right and the far right because she understands something important. The right is not a monolith. But here's the irony. The manosphere isn't a monolith either. Men disagree in this space all the time. Different ideologies, different perspectives, constant debate. But because this documentary framed everything through the most extreme lens, that nuance disappears. And if you have no complaints about that framing, that tells me you never really understood this space to begin with. And Theroux knows exactly how to reach this audience. Watch this.
I have a much more interesting perspective on this, I think, right? The moment that actually kept catching my attention was the women that participate in this. Before anybody thinks I've lost my mind, right? This is not about blaming these women or shaming them. I am genuinely fascinated by these women. I think a much better question than why do men believe this and how do men get red pilled and let's learn all about the manosphere. I think it's much more interesting to look at why women tolerate men who openly despise them. I'm not interested in mocking women for staying. I'm actually really interested in looking at how this system overall creates relationships like this, where women accept this kind of behavior and can literally lay next to a man that treats them this way and that thinks this of women.
Do you really think this documentary was made for men? It's on Netflix. This was made for women. It's about women choosing these men, women going on these platforms, women reacting to what they see. That's why you keep hearing the same word over and over again, misogyny. And that's why women love Theroux for this.
They literally...
So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to interject and say, yeah, I mean, the last commentator you see here, yes, she cannot understand that a woman can make her own choice and be with a man who has these sort of views, who does not hate women. These men do not hate their women; they actually hold them in high regard. But he understands what their but Red Pill understand what their women's limitations are, and are willing to go under the guise of protection and provision to make sure that they live a full and purposeful and fulfilling life. And she cannot understand how a man of such a standard, of such a viewpoint, can do this. It's totally beyond her scope. But again, she's been living in clearly living in the feminist diaspora for years, and basically cannot understand that women can make this choice of themselves, can be of free will to make said choices. And it's a shame, but to each your own, but we will show you in time that women do make their own choices. Women do want to be there with their men, and they shouldn't be shamed for it in the least, because the feminist narrative never reached them. And more women are falling into this guise, especially with hypergamous dating. Let's continue.
Made for women. It's about women choosing these men, women going on these platforms, women reacting to what they see. That's why you keep hearing the same word over and over again, misogyny. And that's why women love Theroux for this.
They literally thought, or still do think, that they are better, more educated, greater, like more famous than Louis fucking Theroux. Absolutely not, Mr. Little weedy bum ticky-tocky.
And doesn't it show as well that when you have a man that shows up as a healthy, masculine, intelligent, well-read,
that follows the female directive. Remember, that's when they get praise, when they fall under the feminist echo chamber, the gynocracy. Let's continue. That's when they get praised. Remember that.
Gentleman that's not there about creating headlines for himself.
Man.
Yeah, he doesn't want the headlines. He is there and he doesn't get. What I love about Louis is the grace that he shows. He doesn't scream, shout. He doesn't input his opinion by design. He allows people just to see themselves as they really are. Louis Theroux, quite honestly, he is a sex god.
No. Are you crazy?
Theroux isn't just documenting, he's positioning, championing for women. Because if he didn't, he risks being labeled the very thing he's documenting, a misogynist.
Obviously, we kind of need to lay some groundwork here, right? So we're going to talk about the patriarchy because that's the system that makes this all okay.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, she's speaking for a feminist directive. I said it. I literally said it. And now she's calling out patriarchy. Oh, well, I guess the Equal Pay Act falls under that as well. But anyways, just stunning. But as stated by Manosphere Highlights Daily, if Louis Theroux did not fall under the Netflix Directive, if he did not adhere to his prior calling, if he did not follow suit with his paymasters, as did the producers of Adolescence, they would be vilified and they wouldn't be paid and they would not be seeing the light of Netflix or their paymasters ever again. Simply put, there's a thin line between the hero and the villain, and if you live again, a hero is a villain if he lives long enough. Paraphrasing Batman. So again, Louis Theroux is here to be the White Knight. Louis Theroux is here to be the cup. Louis Theroux is here to be the simp who falls under the gynocratic feminist reign, and he is now being called a sex god. Make that make sense. Let's continue.
That's what makes this culturally acceptable, it would seem, right? Where women are told that being chosen by a man has value, that actually means something. So if a high-status man, self-described high-status man, somehow chooses you, you feel like you've won, right? That's very validating.
What does a patriarchal system have to do with a female's natural desire to date?
Thank you.
Women's hypergamous nature is proven with studies. Dating app data was the icing on the cake. But we're not going to talk about biology because that destroys the feminist worldview. That's why Theroux said,
with their male-centered take on family life, Kristen and Justin embodied a red-pilled dream, founded on a Darwinian view of alpha supremacy.
Preaching to the choir, male-centered take. It's the patriarchy that's oppressing women, the foolishness.
Again, he's going to call the buzzwords that feminists want to hear. He's literally saying the male supremacy, male-dominated view, the patriarchy. These are all buzzwords that get feminists interested, that will want them to see your content, that will create the cheering section for your point of view in here, and allow for Netflix to be glad that their directive is landing in their right places. That's their game plan. Their game plan is to limit the manosphere. That was the game plan of, indeed, Kamala Harris. If she came to power, her war on the manosphere would begin, and you would see it in epic proportions, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt about that. That is why, even though Donald Trump is doing, well, not the best of jobs, the one thing he did right was keep this feminist, gynocratic theocracy to a minimum through the defeat of Kamala Harris, and they will try again, ladies and gentlemen, because the progressive will speak to this narrative. The progressive candidate, the Democratic candidate, will speak to this narrative again, but we have to wait for that. But Donald Trump, even though he's making mistake upon mistake, the one mistake he did not make was that he halted the war upon men. Because if, again, the likes of a Kamala Harris ever get into power, watch out. Let's continue.
The patriarchy, the manosphere, they don't want the younger women learning from the older women. Instead, they create a divide, and they want the younger women to be the cool girls who get chosen, because you never want to be the old woman who gets cast aside or discarded. And this is where it gets really...
Yes, forgotten women, as seen in China. Kurokoshi, look for it. Kevin Samuel said it himself. These are women, the Gen Xers who are now getting forgotten. See Ebony K. Williams. See Vivica A. Fox. See, soon to be Jada Pinkett Smith. See all these different women that I've highlighted on the show who try to push a feminist narrative, who try to say, see Lori Harvey. See her mother. See all these women who say, I'm the prize. I should be the one who should be center of attention, main character syndrome. And once they're cast aside because they put themselves first, they consider it a problem because the patriarchy made it so. Make that make sense. You make your own decisions. You find your lot. You keep your lot where you find it. Let's continue.
Interesting, right? Because if one of these red pill men choose you, then you're the exception. That's somehow proof that you're worthy, proof that you're not like those other women, right? He chose me. I must be different. And that matters so much to some women. This is actually the underlying belief that allows women to stay in relationships with terrible men, because they think he's not talking about me. He's talking about them. Somehow you get to disassociate from the very group that you're actually a part of.
Now the manosphere is responsible for dividing women? Let's be real. Since when do modern women take direction from men online? The men shown in this documentary are high status men. And whether people like it or not, rarity attracts attention. That's not ideology, that's human behavior.
Indeed! Master Holloway said he put it best. Hypergamy is real, and even this lady, this commentator, has to follow said suit. Because she would never take a man simply because he's a feminist and broke. Sorry. If a man is a feminist, if a man is a cuck, is a simp, is a man, and he's blue-pilled, and he is broke, no woman's taking him. But if a man who is common intelligence servant and is as red pill as hell, as is Myron, as is some of the, as is HS Tiki Taki, as are Sneeko, as are a lot of these different commentators who they've highlighted on the show, as is Andrew Tate, all of these men have oodles of women to cater to their every need. Make that make sense. They are so evil that women are enraptured in their charms and still consider them viable candidates for marriage and for childbirth. Funny that. It's so ironic that these evil men are still yet to still procure more women than any blue pill simp out there. Can't understand it.
Look how low the percentage is of Instagram users with 50K followers and up. If a man with a blue check slides into a woman's DMs, it's not the manosphere making her feel special. That's her hypergamous nature responding. Older women who have hit the wall, they are avoided by high status men and men in general, because men are biologically attracted to younger women.
And listen, don't punish these young women because of your mistakes. Don't do it. Don't punish these men who are red-pilled because of your mistakes. Don't do it. You made a choice. You made a conscious choice to not wishing to be covered by a man. You don't wish to be. You don't wish to be protected or provided for by a man. You don't wish to be. You wish to be single, independent, don't need no man. Fine. Stay outside. Stay outside. Let your sexual freedoms keep you warm at night. Let your job keep you warm at night. We don't care. We literally don't care. We are going to treat you like a dinosaur and let you fade into the dusty dust. We are dead serious about that. That's one thing the Manosphere does teach, that if you wish to be a feminist, be a feminist. We don't care. We really don't care. But one thing's for sure. If you're a man of value, if you are a Chad Tyrone high value man, guess what? And if you are, if you make money, make muscle, learn game, hold frame, chances are, and if you are a success, you earn more than $100,000 a year, you're going to find a woman. They're going to find you. And no feminist ideal can stop that. As men make more money, doors open. As women make more money, doors close. Vonzai said that here. Let's continue.
Basic biology. But accountability is a woman's kryptonite. That's why it's easier to make the Manosphere the boogeyman, because men speaking the truth is blasphemy.
But when you actually listen closely, not the slogans, but the patterns, you start to notice something very specific. This doesn't start with power. It starts with loneliness. It starts with rejection. It starts with a guy who feels invisible, who feels like he doesn't matter. It's pain. A guy who doesn't understand why relationships aren't working, why life isn't working, why he feels stuck. And that's the part nobody wants to talk about.
Here's a part that nobody wants to talk about. Women offer no solutions to these problems. Be yourself. That's usually the refrain. Be yourself. Sorry. The Manosphere actually offers you solutions to your problem, because men are solution based. We actually offer you solutions to these problems. What these women ask you to do is stay under our thumb and be yourself, but not so much that you prove to be irksome and uncomfortable because you're telling utter truths about ourselves and about our dating natures. Don't do it. Women can say a lot of things, but they don't offer solutions to the problem. Their only solution, be yourself. If it doesn't work to be yourself, if it doesn't work to improve yourself, what are we doing here, ladies? You don't want men to find themselves, because once they do and once they call shots, your feminist ideals fall on their face. And you can take this from a number of perspectives that we'll show tonight. It doesn't have to be the loudest and the most prominent of individuals, the one that suck up most of the oxygen within the space. It can come from a quiet place as well. But believe me, if a man makes if a man makes well of himself and he is a red pill associate, guarantee he's still going to find himself a woman. There are not enough feminists out there. And there are a lot of women who are falling away from feminism. My fiance fell away from feminism. Simply because it's not solutions based. They just rage against the machine to a point where now they consider themselves superior to men. Yes, feminism is a superiority movement now, not a equality movement as before, as in the third wave. Yes, I did study that too. Let's continue.
Because it's uncomfortable, but it's very real. And from there, the pipeline begins.
And here we go. Now men are just hurt, lonely, rejected, confused. They just need a hug. You're so hurt. You're so lonely, confused. That's
shame, insults, guilt need to be right, people. This is where it begins. This is where it begins, because there are no solution-based ideas coming from feminists themselves. All they can do is shame, insults, guilt, need to be right. Sign language is their superpower. Let's continue.
That's why you hate women, because you didn't get what you wanted from them. This is what women want to hear. Just like these women want to hear that men are intimidated by them. This is pure cope. This is the narrative, because it's easier to say men are broken than to ask whether something in the system isn't working. Food for thought music. slow it down. And this is where the real damage happens. Because instead of understanding why more and more men are stepping away, this documentary gives people a villain, a label, a scapegoat, the Manosphere. So now, instead of asking real questions like, why are men opting out? Why are relationships declining? Why are both sides frustrated? We get the easy answer. It's those guys online. And once you do that, you don't solve the problem.
Indeed, well said there by Manosphere Highlights Daily. Yes, this documentary was to create villains outside of Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate was fully studied, but not enough villains were highlighted according to the Feminist Directive. So these are, as seen in the study by the Homeland Security. Department of Homeland Security in the United States, diverting hate. It puts a face to the villain. This is just simply put a way in which people can look out for and say, oh, there's the bad man Stico, there's the bad man Myron, there's the bad man HS Tiki Talkie. Don't listen to them, guys. Those are the boogeymen. Those are the men who will lead you astray. Listen to Louis. He is the victor. He is the white knight in this. Literally the white knight. He follows the Feminist Directive. He is our champion. He is our hero. Let him be your guide into solving your issues with regards to relationships, with regards to money, with regards to muscle, with regards to frame. That's the man for you. But the thing about it is, Louis Theroux is only here to chronicle. He's not here to offer solutions. He's here to denigrate and not uplift. That is Louis Theroux's job. Louis Theroux's job is to hold a spotlight onto the bad men of the Manosphere, to consider Manosphere as a movement a negative movement. Shout out to Ed Morrissey. That is the job of Mr. Morrissey. He is here to vilify. Those are the bad guys. Remember that. He is the sign, he is the wanted poster that allows for women to see that these are the men that should not be trusted. And their victories should not be celebrated. Let's continue.
You make it worse. Because the men who feel unheard, they don't disappear. They go deeper, underground. They stop engaging. They stop explaining. And the women watching this, they walk away thinking they understand men when they've only been shown a caricature. That's not a bridge. That's a bigger divide. So no, this documentary didn't expose the Manosphere. It exposed something else. How easy it is to take a complex issue, simplify it into a narrative, and sell it to millions of people who want easy answers. And while everyone's arguing about labels, the real issue, it keeps getting worse. As always, gentlemen, listen to all, follow none.
Excellent words there by Manosphere Highlights Daily, ladies and gentlemen. And it is true. This was meant to divide and not bring together. This was not meant to understand. This was to, well, call out the demons, call out the apocalyptic actors. This documentary was made to, literally made to, create a greater divide amongst neutrals, quite simply. It forces people to take sides. Not understand, but to provoke. Not to critique, but to misinform. Not to understand, but to misunderstand. To put it in simplistic terms. This is to show you who the boogeyman is and where he inhabits the space, in Marbella in Spain or in Miami. That's what Louis Theroux's job was. Identify the bad actors. Let's move on here to another video we have here on Talk Talk Live. Thank you very much for joining me on Talk Talk Live on IG and YouTube. Like, subscribe, comment on the road to 1,000 subscribers. We have another person who was featured in a tiny way, but he gives great commentary with regards to this documentary, Inside the Manosphere, and that is Sterling Cooper. Sterling Cooper, who was now he's a red pill advocate, but was a former porn star, so he very much understands. Shout out to Jesse B. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Talk Live. Do waves to you both. Now we're going to hear from Sterling Cooper. Now, if you don't know who Sterling Cooper is, he's a former porn star, now male coach slash YouTuber and social commentarist and sex education expert. And so he's going to give his take on what happened during this Inside the Manosphere thing, which I thought was quite enlightening, quite simply. And this is before we hear from the man you see on the screen right now, Myron Gaines. So let's get into this video. Netflix just told 50 million men that they're the problem. Indeed, we've already said that, but here's more proof. Let's continue here on Talk Talk Live. Thank you very much for joining.
The Manosphere doco on Netflix has everyone's panties in a bunch. If you hated every content creator you saw in that show, I'm going to explain to you how you've been fooled and prove to you that these guys aren't the evil boogeymen that you've been led to believe. If you're already familiar with the men's self-help space, I'm going to explain to you how this hit piece is actually a part of a bigger conspiracy and connect the dots for you piece by piece.
Yes, Sterling Cooper is, as he's so self-described, he is a sex coach. But again, he's been a porn star for years. He's in the business for over 10 years, and now he's retired. So if there's anyone who understands female nature, it is Sterling. It is Sterling, especially when it comes to intimacy in and of itself. So let's continue.
First of all, to anyone who thinks they watched a documentary, I'm sorry to tell you, but what you've actually watched is a piece of propaganda. The music, the pacing, the specific choice of characters and footage is all designed to make you think a certain way about these people. And whenever you're watching propaganda, you should be asking yourself the question, what does the creator want me to think? If you don't believe me, go back and watch documentaries from the 1990s or earlier. There's no socio-political agenda going on. They're just telling you straight facts. So what even is the Manosphere? Traditionally, it's been any male self-help content creator. It's men helping other men. The vast majority of these creators are moderate in their opinions, but that doesn't make for very good TV. But now, the Manosphere is whoever you want it to be. It's misogynistic content creators, if you're a Netflix viewer.
Of course, that's exactly what the lady said. They said it was misogyny. First thing out of their mouths, when we went to our last video, they saw it as misogyny. Quite literally. Without understanding, without getting the critical views of our previous experts, and that is, let me go back to her, and we must give credit to her for giving full credit to things here. There we go. Dr. Katie Keene Montgomery, organizational anthropologist. She actually gave a proper definition of her definition of what the Manosphere is. If you want to go back to hear from Katie Keene Montgomery, please do. But if you want to hear lies, listen to every other feminist podcast. Let's continue.
In the same way that the word incel used to mean involuntarily celibate, but now it means a man who a woman disagrees with. The Manosphere has now become a convenient catch-all for any male creator who says something that feminists think is problematic. Everybody commenting on this who has never set foot in this side of the internet before is coming up with all kinds of crazy straw man arguments, and they all assume the Manosphere is basically just a bunch of Andrew Tate clones. Most people watching this hit piece will have never even heard of the Manosphere before, and if they have, they'll have heard it in reference to other hit pieces primarily aimed at Andrew Tate.
Because they don't wish to do any analytical thinking. They don't want to do any critical thinking, Sterling. Women who vilify this bit of information only wish to get the quick hits, identify who the bad actors are, and address themselves accordingly. And if they happen to be rich, well, they throw everything out the window because, again, all rules go out the window once you got a bit of this. Let's continue.
Perhaps those haters should try to understand why people believe the things they do and how they got to those conclusions without pathologizing them or dehumanizing them first. Now, I can't tell you exactly what the Manosphere is, but I can tell you what the red pill is. It's a praxology, a tool for navigating the dating landscape we currently live in. I'm going to quote Nuclear Caldillo, who posted one of the most accurate yet concise takes about the red pill I've ever seen. The red pill, just the word itself, is one of the most misunderstood terms on the internet. The red pill as we know it is not an ideology, it's not a religion, it's not a group or anything like that. It's a praxology, a set of observations and then downstream best practices based on those observations.
Ladies and gentlemen, I state that definition again of what the red pill is. The red pill is a praxology, a set of observations and downstream best practices based on those observations. Basically, the red pill is how men need to adjust to female nature, modern female nature. And if that means making more money, that's part of the praxology. If it involves becoming fitter, because women adhere to men who are physically fit, that's usually the foot in the door to most women. That is part of the praxology. If it involves learning game or how to make women feel less weird around you and more confident within your presence, that's part of the praxology. If it involves you holding frame and not allowing yourself to be considered a simp or a cuck to these women and be walked all over where they'll never like you, that's part of the praxology. It is, again, set of observations, downstream best practices based on those observations. It's seeing something, learning from it, and putting it into practice. That's what a praxology is, if you didn't know. Let's continue.
Red pill is a lens through which you view the world, just as blue pill is. Whereas blue pill is the operative state for most men, with behaviors like approval seeking, covert contracts, and worship of women, red pill is more of an awakening. It comes with stages of grief, ending with a more grounded and positive outlook on life for those capable of accepting women's true nature.
So just to put that last piece into perspective, red pill is more than an awakening. It comes with stages of grief, ending with a more grounded and positive outlook on life for those able to accept women's true nature. Once you understand the modern woman, once you understand her dating habits, once you understand of hypergamy, the better you adapt to their, actions, because you have to follow what a woman does rather than what you hear from a woman. A woman will say something and do exactly the opposite. Oh, I want a nice guy. Okay, well, Chaz and Tyrones are still getting, knocked about a bit. They're still getting a hegemony of women. Chaz and Tyrones, high-value men, are still getting the top 80% of women. Why? It seems that money, muscle, game, and frame still are held in high regard, despite the fact that they're ripped. These are observations that women have passed on to us, but they don't want us to listen to. They don't want us to see the big picture. And that's what the red pill is all about. It's about, it comes from the matrix. It's about finding out the truth of what society is, finding out how women really act. And that's something that feminists don't want you to see. They don't want you to adhere to. They want you under their control. They want you to take the blue pill. They want society as is. They want their superiority unchallenged. even though there's really not any superiority at all. But anyways, I digress. Let's continue.
Grounded and positive outlook on life for those capable of accepting women's true nature. So let's have some fun today and systematically tear apart some of the most brain-dead takes I've seen floating around the internet regarding the manosphere. They encourage violence against women. I don't think you could make up a more dishonest, blatant lie if you tried. Men who commit violence against women usually have one of two things going on with them. One, they have no control over their emotions, so they lash out. And or, number two, their expectations of how they think women should behave do not match reality. Of course, there are also other factors. The men's self-help space, the red pill, literally teaches guys not to be a slave to your emotions. A lot of the creators in the manosphere teach stoic principles, and any of them who touch on dating teach guys to understand the realities of female nature so you don't get blindsided. We save men's lives, and as a consequence, we also save women's lives. We cannot, however, save unborn babies' lives, of which more than 1 billion have been killed by women through abortion since 1980. I've seen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's as was shown by Frankie Taylor Paul and the Bachelorette fiasco. Yeah, it's not. Men in the red pill are taught not to abuse women. Men are in the red pill are taught to see women as not necessarily your equals, but as women, as people to protect and to provide for. And that involves you not being abusive to said women. Absolutely not. It goes against it. Yet, of course, in order to demonize the movement, it is always best to think of the worst case scenario and place it upon men. It's again, it's throwing something against the wall and seeing if it sticks. So if men are superior physically, they must beat women. When in fact, most domestic violence cases usually happens through mutual affray, women abusing men first, or because we know we'll be punished if we are seen as the abusers. Men understand this wholeheartedly. Again, praxeology, we understand if you beat women, you're going to jail. Why beat women? Or as is seen as the relationships that seen the most domestic violence are lesbian relationships. Yes. From the alphabet gang themselves. Make that make sense. Let's continue.
Women saying, why would a man need to learn how to pick up women? Let me ask the ladies out there something. When you had a kid, did you buy any books on how to parent? When you gave birth, did you take any prenatal classes? Why would any woman need to learn how to give birth and raise a child? Now that's an absurd statement I just made, but women somehow expect men to just know this stuff, but won't ever apply that same logic to themselves. The truth is that charisma is a learnable skill. Sexual prowess is a learnable skill. Entrepreneurship is a learnable skill. Building your physique is a learnable skill. Ironically, all of these men that you're labeling as woman-hating misogynists are actually learning this stuff so that they can be more attractive to you, so they don't give you the ick. I've seen parents saying things like, I'm worried about my boys learning from these manosphere influences. We wouldn't exist if there was no demand for this knowledge. If fathers knew how to teach their sons how to attract women, if schools taught boys and girls the differences in their evolutionary psychology and what the opposite sex actually finds attractive, there would be no need for this part of the internet. But neither you as the parent nor the education system is interested in teaching men that.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's absolutely right about that. If you're going to learn, Red Pill was based on male friends telling their friends how to exist in the in the modern day sexual marketplace. That's what the Red Pill really started out. Harmless as such, because as there are more single parent homes, these men weren't getting that education. So if they couldn't find it out from their friends, they had to find it from another source. That is where the Red Pill comes in. That is where the Manosphere comes in. And so think of said ideologies as a finishing school for men, especially when it comes to intersectional dynamics. It is not something to be feared. It is not something to be afraid of. This is something that needs to happen if a man's supposed to succeed in society. IG will be right back in a second. Stay tuned. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live on IG and YouTube. Like, subscribe, comment on the road to 1,000 subscribers. We're just going to get back on the IG train here and get right back to it here. But thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live as we move with Sterling Cooper. Known and infamous sex ghost because he used to be in Korn himself. And he is well and truly versed and knowledgeable about female nature. Men come to people like Sterling Cooper because he understands women. He's been with thousands of women, so he knows how to make them feel comfortable. He knows what actions and things to do to make them feel at ease, and as such, make them become willing partners, because we do not want to R-word women. We want to appear like gentlemen. And if you're going to go to become a gentleman, you have to go to a finishing school. Either you go to your family, your parents, who will be able to teach you said skills, or you have to go outside of them. That's what the Manosphere Red Pill is all about. Let's continue.
Nor does the actual truth of how to do that fit into your blank slate egalitarian worldview. It's not taught. Female nature can be unflattering sometimes. Safe, state-approved opinions on relationships are designed to spiritually castrate men and browbeat them into being useful plow horses for the economy. Shut up, sit down, and do what your feminist oligarchs tell you to do.
If these guys are so benevolent, if they're trying to help men, why do they charge money? They're a bunch of grifters.
We pay doctors, you retard, and they're saving someone's life. Would you expect someone doing something even more benevolent to do it for free? How about someone doing something less benevolent, like your mechanic? Is he a grifter? People pay for information in every aspect of their lives. People pay to have their problems solved. Some even pay significant amounts for totally useless university degrees. Am I saying there are no bad faith actors in this space of the internet? No, definitely not, because I know for a fact that there are. But there are far more guys in this space saving men's lives and improving every aspect of their life. And they didn't make this hit piece mockumentary because they're too reasonable to portray as the bad guy.
These guys wanting one-way open...
Again, just to let you know, indeed, you have to consider the source and see and really do your due diligence in this space, because again, there are men who are willing to help men out and are under good faith and are altruistic in their pursuits. However, there are men who are here to literally fleece you out of your money. I'm not going to say who those people are, but you must do your research when it comes to accepting help from these individuals, because again, they may see you as a cash cow if you are not confident in your abilities, and you must part of being confident in your abilities is doing the research necessary to be said confident. And yes, but again, there are people who are there to help you. There are books out there that are there to help you, which are little or no cost, which can direct you, steer you in the direction of making yourself a better man, making yourself a confident, intelligent, assertive individual. And there are many podcasts who are out there, such as the late great Kevin Samuels himself, such as Andrew Tate, such as Fresh and Fit to a certain effect, such as the Satan the Sinner. All these different individuals who are, such as Sterling Cooper himself, all these individuals who literally are there to help men if you seek it out correctly. Let's continue.
Relationships are just insecure and abusive.
If a guy wants to have a one-way open relationship, everyone loses their fucking mind. But if a woman does it, well, then it's celebrated. If it were gay men having these kinky open relationships, net Netflix wouldn't dare say a fucking word against it. More importantly, nobody is forcing any women to date guys like Justin and Myron. They lay out what they want openly and honestly on the table, and women are free to take it or leave it. Now, I know for a fact that Justin has no problem getting women who are okay with this arrangement, but this is so corrosive to most people's worldview because most blue pill guys believe that if they seek female approval enough, they'll get access to sex.
And he's referring to the one and only Justin Waller, who, yes, he, as you will see here on Talk Live, has no problem procuring women, has no problem having a wife and a wife who adheres to his demands as a man, because he is successful, he's confident, intelligent, assertive. He has done the work. He is of high value. And you'll find out a lot of these women with these feminist ideals have their ideas thrown out the window once they know this man is successful. They will sit back and say, hey, to hell with feminism. Help me pay my bills. Help me put me in a lifestyle to which I wish to be accustomed. No problem. And most of these gentlemen are indeed traditional conservative individuals. But a lot of them are red pill. And it's up to a woman to make these certain choices, to say, hey, I want to be with this man. But again, for women to make these choices, as seen in the previous video, they are vilified. They are considered pick-me's. They are considered, misandrous. Well, not misandrous. Misogynists themselves. They are considered totally against the feminine narrative. And as such, they are vilified. They are treated as less than. And that should come to an end, especially with ideals that involve two consenting adults and a man who is able to do what's necessary to keep a roof over his head and food on the table for his family, and do it in a successful way as well. Let's continue.
Here are guys like Justin and Myron flipping that on its head, and their brain completely scrambles. If you took the average guy and said, you can have a loyal woman who's enthusiastic about threesomes with other women, he would take it in a heartbeat. But they can't say that on this show because that stops them being the white knight champions of feminism.
Their flashy macho lifestyle is compensating for their insecurities.
I see so many people seething and coping about the lifestyles that a lot of creators in this space portray, myself included. Have these haters ever considered that fast cars, sexy women, freedom and adventure are actually quite fun? That perhaps men pursue these things because they're enjoyable and not because of some elaborate Freudian psychobabble you've concocted in your head. Another thing worth pointing out is that optics matter, and if you want to inspire people to take action in their life, then it might help to display a life that is inspirational to them. What kind of lifestyle is the nagging, browbeating feminist selling? Be a good plow horse for women and lose half your shit in a divorce settlement? The lifestyle a lot of Manosphere creators sell is full of fun, freedom, adventure, sexy women and fast cars. Sure, of course they're winning over young men and you aren't. You're not selling them something they want to buy. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater though. If a guy is more successful than you, maybe you could humble yourself a little bit and actually learn something from him. But that doesn't mean you have to become a carbon copy of him. But that's the problem. Unfortunately, the most mundane, unsuccessful people are often the most arrogant. If only they'd humble themselves enough to learn from someone who knows more than them, then they might actually improve their life.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the secret. That's the reason why red pill, that's the reason why the Manosphere will never go away, because the red pill is filled with successful people. It always has been, and it always will be. And this is what endears a lot of men. Yeah, you're going to get a bit of hate, absolutely. But it adheres a lot of men to the movement. Because these men are willing to share their success. They're willing to share their ideals. You're not going to get this sort of share from feminists. As I said before, all they're asking you to do is be yourself. And what good is that doing you? What good is that doing you? When the Manosphere Red Pill offers solutions, even Andrew Wilson himself, who is a traditional conservative commentator, whom we will feature here on Talk Live because he is in a one of the funniest brouhahas I've heard in a while. But even he, as a Tradicon, understands that traditional conservatives, feminists, have nothing on Manosphere red pill heroes. Nothing. Because what they offer is something that traditional conservatives and feminists cannot, and most young men won't buy. And that is success and living life on your own terms. And that is something Louis Theroux doesn't get. That's why Louis Theroux fails at this, because he doesn't offer solutions. All he shows is the bad actors. Maybe that was his directive in and of itself. But but basically, he offers no solutions. If you're not solution-based, what are good of you to men? Oh, that's right. Most of your audience base, Mr. Theroux, are females anyway. So all they want to do is hear their slogans, their tenets, and you coming in as a white knight. And that's why you're called a sex god. Unbelievable. Let's continue.
But it's much easier to just point and sputter at the people on the internet instead of fixing your life. Haters will also argue that this kind of lifestyle must only attract vapid whores. But the truth is that displays of lifestyle work when it comes to attracting all types of women. Yes, certain lifestyles are definitely more engineered towards attracting women who are just looking for, say, a casual hookup, but it doesn't hurt with attracting wifey material girls either. I've also seen people saying we exploit young men somehow, that we feed men's insecurities and make them feel worthless by having a flashy lifestyle. No, women are making young men feel worthless like it's a full-time job of theirs. All you need to do is interview women and ask them for their laundry list of requirements a man must meet before they'll even consider dating him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been shown on red pill spaces such as, but most prominently on the likes of Fresh and Fit. Yes, your friendly neighborhood red pillars. That these women, when given a choice, and I repeat, from all walks of life, from any age group, from 21 to 40 and beyond, all want the same guy. And that follows the rule of 6. 6 feet tall, 6 inches or more, 6-pack, and 6-figure salary or more. That is the ideal man to most women. Again, don't listen to what women say. Listen to what they watch, what they do. And that's the praxology. And again, this is indeed why the red pill is so popular. Because they see what women do and put it into practice. They see what women do here, they put it into practice. That's why the Manosphere will never die. In some way, shape, or form. And either it's in its left-wing or right-wing guys. Or in its mainstream guys. It's men teaching men how to adjust to intersexual dynamics of the modern day. Simply put. And not Louis Theroux, not Netflix, or anyone can stop it. You can drive it underground, but maybe that's even better. That is kept to the shadows. That is kept to whispers. But free speech is free speech, and men will assemble as they so choose. No matter what administration is in office in any country or not. No matter what gynocracy we live in or not. The Manosphere will survive, the red pill survive, and the white knight that is Louis Theroux simply failed in his assignment because it hasn't thwarted the idea. He's chosen to separate the Manosphere group from the feminist group instead of seeking understanding. But again, he has a directive from Netflix. Let's continue.
They're manipulating the algorithm with outrage marketing.
The unflattering truth is that the algorithm is a mirror. You are the algorithm. If you keep seeing rage bait content, it's because you keep engaging with it. As content creators, we don't decide what gets pushed. The social media companies do. Accusing the Manosphere of outrage marketing is also pretty rich, considering mainstream media and the 6 o'clock news perfected that shit decades ago. They're also using outrage marketing themselves to promote this very documentary. The truth is that the Manosphere isn't popular because they're manipulating anything or anyone. Manosphere creators are popular because they don't lie to men about the realities of the world. They don't sugarcoat things. And men innately respect honesty.
Ladies and gentlemen, he could have said it better himself. The Manosphere literally takes the veil off of intersexual dynamics and gives men a front row seat, looking upward, seeing women in all their glory. It is like literally going to an adult entertainment auspice, endroit, area of the night, looking up and seeing women for who they are. Be they traditional conservative or feministas, one and all, from the left or the right. All of them follow the same credo, especially when they start hitting their 20s into their 30s and into their 40s. They don't change. Literally don't change. And they're all going after the same men. And that's what women don't want you to see. They don't want you to see what's behind the veil. They don't want you to see how women really act. And they'll offer you no solutions to things. Because they want to keep you in the dark. They want to keep you under their thumb. They want you to be their simp. So that they can run roughshod in the relationship. But men have clearly said, for so many, and it's a group that's growing, that they aren't taking this anymore, and they're either walking away, creating AI and robots themselves, or choosing women who will survive the dinosaurs, soon to be dinosaurs, starting with Gen X, that are walking the earth. Let's continue.
Manosphere is making young boys misogynistic.
Misogyny doesn't just come out of nowhere. Young boys don't wake up one day hating women for no reason. Boys aren't taught to hate women either, especially not in our modern gynocentric education system. Female behavior is the cause of misogyny. Men recognize patterns. We've had multiple generations now of men who were raised with state-mandated feminism. We were told from a young age that women are sugar and spice and all things nice, that women are morally superior to men, that women can basically do no wrong. But then men witness women being awful human beings, not being held accountable for their behavior, and they start to get resentful of women. The sensitive young...
Again, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot make this up where you have the likes of Sabrina Carpenter, have the likes of Billie Eilish, have the likes of, well, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, and most feminist creators hate on men, even though men give them the absolute platform for which they can display such views. That concert platform that you see here that platform in which these ladies are singing, those acoustics in which these ladies are, well, producing their concert, all made by men. I can guarantee you they're made by men. A lot of these, again, roadies that go on the road creating these platforms are men. But we allow women to hate on men as they wish because we see it as harmless and playful. But again, it promotes a narrative. It promotes a divide. It's showing that women are indeed superior, especially when you have the likes of man-child being sung to the hilt with all these other women. These, feminist echo chamber youngins singing along to the tune. That's fine. We understand. They have to get their comeuppance any way they can because they know in the real world such ideas are frowned upon. And they too, if they don't shape up, now again, they're young. Their full frontal cortex isn't fully formed. But we know that if they all are heterosexual and wish to, be married and have children one day, all these sort of ideas will have to be thrown out the window, or at least be subdued to a certain extent, because men are waking up on the other end thinking the exact opposite and are willing to render a lot of these ladies within this audience as dinosaurs. So keep singing. It's not going to get you anywhere.
The sensitive young man who has a loving, caring mother. He goes out into the real world and then he gets his heart ripped out by some callous woman he thought he could trust. And now she has created a guy who doesn't trust women anymore. Men everywhere are waking up, young men especially. The double standards and hypocrisy of feminism is too obvious for them to ignore anymore. You have all these young live streamers showing in real time how women behave around men with status. Everybody can see it with their own eyes in 4K. Legacy media has a lot to answer for. The education system has a lot to answer for. Intellectuals and academics have a lot to answer for. They have created this combative attitude that a lot of women have towards men. Go ask any man who has been taken to the cleaners in divorce court. Ask him how nice he was to his wife, how doting he was, how caring, how loving, how much he bent over backwards for her. But that wasn't enough. She was told she deserved more, so she took half his shit.
Let's move that back just a bit, just a little bit here. There we go. I'm going to feature this. Because, again, there are two definitions that I want to bring to your attention. The first on your left is the definition of hoflation, which is modern men having to work 5 times harder than their grandfathers did for a woman 20 times worse than what their grandmothers were. It's called hoflation. And it's destroying Western men's desires to be providers and protectors. Yes. Absolutely true. That's why you have this MGTOW movement, which is a segment of the Manosphere, who are literally saying, I'm not falling for this. I'm not going to be a tool for women to come to me and say, hey, don't forget about my past, only think of my future. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That's what hoflation is. And we have on the other side Judith with a great definition of feminism. Feminism is really simple. If a woman gets her way, she's empowered. If she doesn't get her way, she's oppressed. Meaning that a woman's success is her own, while her failures are always someone else's fault. You couldn't make this stuff up. R.I.P. Godfather. Yeah. Accountability is kryptonite to the modern woman. And that definition of feminism is so on point. A woman gets her way, she's empowered. If she doesn't get her way, she's oppressed. Meaning that a woman's success is her own, while her failures are always someone else's fault. You ever seen TikTok lately? When a woman gets a bad result, doesn't take accountability. I can assure you.
how much he bent over backwards for her. But that wasn't enough. She was told she deserved more, so she took half his shit and broke the family up. If he'd taken the advice of the Manosphere, maybe he could have kept his family together and given his kids a stable two-parent household to
with a prenuptial agreement. Funny enough, it's found that 30% of marriages last longer with a prenup than without. Let's continue.
grow up in. And you know what? I don't think they really have a problem with misogyny anyway. Why have you never seen these browbeating feminist types go after rap music, whose lyrics have been filled with misogyny for decades? The truth is that the Manosphere doesn't create misogynists. It actually prevents them. If you actually understand true female nature, then you're not disappointed or resentful towards women. You're better equipped to have a healthy relationship with them. The genie is out of the bottle though. What's going to happen next is a bunch of brainwashed Karens are now going to browbeat their sons if they see them watching Manosphere content. And where do you think that is going to lead them? Right back to the men who don't hate them for wanting to learn about how women actually work. You can't tell me I'm a bad, evil misogynist because I know that what I do helps men and women. But you can convince a bunch of normies that I'm a big old meanie with some eerie music and a few voiceovers.
Including Theroux, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
The Manosphere, or the Red Pill, exists because we teach what actually works. It gets people results. I wouldn't have a following and I wouldn't have a business if the advice I gave guys didn't actually work. Personally, I am interested in stopping men from unaliving themselves because of a heartbreak. I am interested in stopping men from unaliving themselves because they feel like everything is hopeless. I see a lot of people giving HS TikTok a lot of shit for being an OnlyFans manager. And here's my question. Is it the OnlyFans thing that's bad? Or is it that there's a guy managing it? The irony is that...
Exactly. I think it's because of the guy managing it. HS TikTok is just a symbol of the patriarchy. When in fact, he is helping these women get what they deserve, which is, well, money up front. And who else was in this business? Well, the one and only Andrew Tate was. You don't hear a lot of women suing him because they didn't get their fair share of his wealth, of their money when they're on chat lines. Women promised men the world, but you know they would were simps, and these simps would give these women hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars. Simply because they wanted companionship. Oh, that money went to the women. Do you see any of these women suing Andrew Tate? No. They're going to try and put him under the jail saying, he raped? No, he did not. That's why he's not in jail right now. Funny that. But again, I digress. So, HS TikTok, if HS TikTok was a woman, you wouldn't hear a peep from feminists. You wouldn't hear a peep from the gynocracy. None whatsoever. He would be considered empowering and not a symbol of the patriarchy.
All the guys that are hating on HS TikTok are the same kind of guys who are subscribing to his OnlyFans girls, literally paying for his lifestyle. You know what's funny is that nobody is making a hit piece on the CEO of OnlyFans, and he's the biggest pimp on earth. I wonder why that might be. I don't see any documentaries being made about the worrying rise in OnlyFans, how young girls are seeing it as a legitimate career path straight out of high school, how platforms like Twitch are complicit in selling sex to underage boys by funneling them into female streamers' OnlyFans accounts. You know, they couldn't get Andrew Tate for this doco. They begged for him. And when they couldn't get him, they went with the next best thing they could find. A clone, HS TikTok. Look, no offense to you, mate, but to the untrained eye, you do come across like a copy of Andrew Tate. And this leads me into the conspiracy I alluded to at the beginning of this video. Theroux is part of legacy media, and unsurprisingly, they had a bunch of interviews and mainstream media articles all lined up, ready to go when the doco came out. Legacy media hate that content creators have more influence than they do now. It's not as easy to manipulate the minds of young boys and girls with globo-homo neo-Marxist propaganda when they're hearing opposing opinions on their phone. One might think it's a bit conspiratorial of me to assume this is part of a bigger coordinated plan, but hear me out. No offense intended towards baby boomers, but they were the first generation to be successfully brainwashed using mass media. They grew up with the TV, and they've been glued to the TV their entire lives. Their opinions about the world are whatever the nice man or nice lady on the TV tells them they are. But millennials, Zoomers, and Gen Alpha are different. They get their news from social media. In 2016, Milo Yiannopoulos famously said something along the lines of, "We memed Donald Trump into the White House." Kamala Harris directly blamed guys like Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines for her loss in the 2024 election. The UK...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the truth. Yes. Myron Gaines... Let's go back here for a second. Myron Gaines was indeed the man who was considered one of the hurdles in Kamala Harris getting to the White House, if you can believe it. Say it here and talk live again. Myron wins again. So they understand that the only way to combat the Manosphere, combat the red pill, is through social media, is through Netflix. Okay, here comes the white knight, Louis Theroux. Stunning stuff. But I'll let my man finish up. But again, the Manosphere will always find a way. It is, you know what? It's like, it's like, and I don't mean it to be as such. It's like, criminals themselves are always 2 steps ahead. They're always thinking of the next thing. You drive us underground, they'll move on. It's like, that's why you can never stamp out totally criminality. Not to say that the red pill are criminals. I think the red pill are indeed the truth bearers of male society, and they'll never go away because they do too much good than bad. Let's continue.
Myron Gaines for her loss in the 2024 election. The UK government has already spent huge sums of money trying to re-educate young men about the dangers of Andrew Tate. You might find it interesting to know that Australia just dropped this manual, which will be indoctrinating kids in public schools very soon. Pretty convenient timing, don't you think? I've also been contacted to participate in an ABC documentary on masculinity in the modern age here in Australia, and you won't be winning any awards for guessing how they're going to be framing that hit piece as well. Here's why all this anti-Manosphere propaganda is being pushed right now. The next UK election is May of 2026. The next US election is November of 28, and the next Australian election is also in 2028. We will be in the midst of election seasons for the next 2 years straight, so they need to control the narrative. Most of my audience isn't even teenagers, but they're worried about the impact that this side of the internet is having on young boys because they're the next generation of voters. When you
Ladies and gentlemen, and they learn from the US election because they understand that the Manosphere elected Donald Trump. The Manosphere were part of Donald Trump's re-election, and they don't want that to happen again. Kamala Harris literally said, if not for the likes of Andrew Tate, if not for the likes of Myron Gaines, she may have been in office. But if the likes of Kamala Harris are not offering solutions to young men everywhere, especially with their unemployment, and especially with regards to their careers, especially with regards to intersexual dynamics, guess who they're going to forward? A successful man who has shown them the way to be a success, aka Donald Trump. So they don't want that happening again in further elections, not only in Australia, but in Canada, but also in the US and also in the UK. The next 2 cycles are critical. They do not want what happened in the United States happening in their countries. So the war is on. And one of their directives, one of their men, one of their actors, the white man himself, Louis Theroux, is doing his job, which is trying to turn the heads of men. The likes of the movie Adolescence is doing its job. trying to turn the heads of, trying to demonize the red pill itself, including and exclusively including Andrew Tate. The feminist gynocracy is doing its job. But the only thing is, the alternatives politically aren't very good. You don't have the Obamas of 2008 anymore. That was the last, I would say, blue-pilled man with wide and mass appeal. It's not happening anymore. Maybe a Justin Trudeau from here in Canada, but that's not happening anymore. Yeah, you got Mr. Carney in office here in Canada, but he's here to steer an economy. He's not really into intersectional dynamics for the most part. But again, they're going to try every which way to try to control the narrative. The gynocracy, blue pill, simps, cucks everywhere. And will it work? We will see. So far in the United States, it has not been the case.
Start recognizing patterns with female nature, it's not long before you recognize other patterns around you as well. The dysfunctional status quo we currently live in requires men to participate in it. And personally, I think they're terrified that young men might actually elect someone who will fix the root cause of our society's problems. Now, if you're a guy who's learning about female nature and you're feeling frustrated...
And that's, man, thank you very much to Sterling Cooper. Did a wonderful assessment there of Inside the Manosphere. Excellent, excellent work. Do follow Sterling Cooper, especially if you're a man, especially if you feel less than, especially in terms of sexual marketplace. He is, I think, one of the best adherents to men improving themselves. One of the best sex coaches out there. So shout out to my man Sterling Cooper doing wonderful things on YouTube streets. Please like and subscribe. He's already got 404K subscribers. He must not be doing that bad at all. So subscribe to Sterling Cooper. And he has some real truths in and of himself. Now here comes the crux of my show tonight. And that is this. Now this, we're going to try and skip over as much as possible. But this is a 53 thing. So we're going to just flash through this. But we're just going to pick up some real tenets here. The one thing... One of the people who were highlighted on Inside the Manosphere was indeed the one and only Myron Gage from Fresh and Fit. Now, it was their endeavor, Sterling Cooper's endeavor, to take down one of the pillars of said community, especially when it came to the right wing / far right wing of said community. But in his infinite wisdom, Myron Gaines did one thing extremely and importantly right. He made sure he documented the conversations between himself and Sterling Cooper. Sterling Cooper. Himself and Louis Theroux. Because Louis Theroux was only looking to take down the pillars of said society. The Justin Wallers, the Sneakos, but especially the HS Tiki Talkies and the Myron Gaines. They were seen as the most inflammatory group within this bunch. They were beyond reproach. They were the loudest in the room. So he wanted to take down said individuals by any means necessary. And that includes using their wives and girlfriends to do this. Their wags. Using their wives and girlfriends to do it. Mostly girlfriends. And in this case, he brought in, he tried to frame the narrative, frame the conversation between himself and Myron Gaines to a point where, Myron is seen as, not as cracked up as he once was, as not as adherent to his truths as he can be, and literally a false god. An emperor with no clothes, as it were. But Myron decided to videotape all of their conversation. You're going to hear from it tonight here on Talk Live if you haven't heard from it before. Shout out to Myron Gaines. I know most of you haven't heard this before, but shout out to Myron Gaines, who is going to give you the full context of said conversation with Louis Theroux. Because what you saw on Netflix was not the full conversation. I can guarantee you that. That was framed to make Myron look the fool. To make Myron look unconfident. To take a chip away from his edicts and from his tenets. That was what the conversation was framed. But we're going to show you the rest of said conversation here on Talk Live. So shout out to Myron Gaines exposing the lies of the Netflix documentary Inside the Manosphere. He has the full conversation. You'll hear that tonight here on Talk Live. Let's get into it.
I realized I too was being assessed by commenters in the chat. The anonymous posters did not hold back.
Men are able to redeem themselves in many ways if we're not physically attractive, versus very hard for them to redeem themselves if they're not physically attractive.
Yeah, well, I feel like you've mixed two different. Yeah, well, I feel like you've mixed two different things. One is like, of what a guy's interested in a relationship is sex.
But what I'm saying is, we don't even get to the relationship until he finds her attractive first.
Yeah, that.
Sexuality is her predominant value, and then as you get to know her more and more, that sexuality goes and other traits start to take over for importance.
For sure, but in the question about whether
You stupid.
It's your sex god, ladies. Feminists everywhere. This is your sex god. Who is speaking with confidence? Who is speaking with intelligence? Who is speaking with assertiveness? It ain't Louis Theroux. He's been edited to do so. Let's continue.
She has to have lost respect for him for her to not be willing to have sex with her husband. That's a symptom of something else.
Well, she may be depressed. She may lack self-worth. I mean, there could be a lot of things going on. Yeah.
Not for 8 years. She don't like self-worth that much. Not 8 years. I'm sorry, Louis.
Even the girls are dumping on Louis Theroux. Make that make sense. Let's go.
This video was recorded back in June.
Fair use.
And I went ahead and I made this preemptively. Because I knew that these were going to be on some. If you guys remember, we did a street debate, right? This was on June 18th, right? Which went into the 19th. I was out here debating Zionists, etc. Louis and his team were out there with us, if you guys remember. Here's this camera guy right here. Now, they were out there, right? And you could see Louis walking around the background, trying to ask people questions, etc. They cut all of this out, by the way. Okay, as I was doing these debates, people saying good things about me. We got some clips on there.
Propaganda.
People saying that I was helping them out. Cut all this out. He was here. Spent hours with them. None of this stuff made the cut.
Dude, this whole...
Okay, so we're gonna do it, moving a little bit further now to about the 3-minute mark, and what Maya is going to explain is indeed why he filmed his whole conversation on his own, because he knew there was going to be a hit job and he was going to be seen as the villain in all of this. So he said, "Let me get my side of the story out there." By hook or by crook, it ain't Netflix, but people will find out. And again, the people who are not looking at this are feminists and enemies of Myron in and of itself anyway, including the likes of Abbott and Preach, who I respect, but again, they have an agenda. So, let's get into it.
aka the Red Pill. He's interviewed several people for this. Myself, Justin Waller, Sterling, Sneeko are some of the ones that I know off the top. I'm sure you probably spoke to maybe some other people, I think Pearl as well. And we all kind of know that it's going to be a hit piece, right? To some degree, this is just what he does. And obviously, the way it works is they do their documentary, they sell it to a company. More than likely, it's going to probably go to Netflix, and that's how they make their money. So they're in the process of filming it. They think that they're going to release it sometime in first quarter of 2020. And that's important that you guys understand that too. They got to sell the documentary, basically, sell the rights to it, whatever it may be, so they can get money. We know Netflix is super woke, so it's got to have a certain pizzazz, if you know what I'm saying. Right, March 2026. Right now is July of 2025. Now that you guys kind of know what went down, they were out there recording as I was doing these debates, and they wanted to do a second part. And the reason why they wanted to do a second part is because I had spoken to them before. So if we go back in time, back in March, right around March 16th or whatever, they came to film with me, and I gave them insight as to, you know, how I do my podcast, how I do my solo show, how I do a bunch of things, to include Angie. So Angie was supposed to come and record things for me behind the scenes. What ended up happening is they insisted on talking to her.
Should we meet Angie?
Yeah, she's...
Angie, can we say hi? Buenos dias.
So I said, you know what, look, if you guys want to talk to Angie, you know, we can make it quick, whatever it may be. They did a quick interview. That's what it was. She was supposed to record for me behind the scenes, but she wasn't going to talk to them, really. She was going to just record whatever. So that's why I had the camera set up there, because she showed up late. Because she was coming from, oh my God, she had something going on. But the purpose is that she wasn't supposed to, originally I was supposed to talk to them, but they insisted on talking to her, and she didn't expect them to be there at that time. That's what it was. Sorry, guys. My bad. This is over a year ago now at this point, so I'm like, and I have all the...
So, ladies and gentlemen, part of the takedown, it was always in Louis Theroux's mind, knowing that Myron Gaines had a girlfriend, to make sure he got her side of the story so that the takedown can be enacted. Because, again, as you saw when he was on Fresh and Fit the first time in filming, he didn't exactly come off great. So he knew that getting through Myron was not the way to go. So if he's going to take someone down, listen, just like Samson, head for the girl and watch the pillars fall. So let's watch this indeed. Take a second. Let's continue this here.
Footage, by the way, and basically, which I do, it's like 50 minutes, and they didn't use it. During the talk, she said nothing but good things about me. I have the full 50-minute video where I talk with him. Then she comes into the fray. We talk about our relationship a bit, etc.
You got a happy relationship?
Yeah, he's very honest. I have always said that. He's always been very straightforward with
And that's my footage, chat.
me, and I always love that from him. Like, you don't get that from many people nowadays, and he's always kept that in their relationship, and he's also very loving. And I say to my friends and like to people that always question their relationship that Myron is somebody in front of the cameras, but behind them is somebody else with me, and I love him very much, and I will love him as long as we're together. He's a great person, and
he cut that part out.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, he did cut that part out. He did cut that part out because it knew it did not fuel his narrative. It did not fuel his directive. For him to be thwarted by a woman who wanted to be in a relationship, felt she was loved, felt she was cared for, felt that she was heard, felt that she was Myron's one and only, quite simply, and that they, well, I wouldn't say Myron's one and only because Myron didn't adhere to being one and only, but she liked being in that relationship with Myron, and that would never make the Netflix special. That would never do it because it doesn't suit an agenda. See, this whole documentary is an agenda. It is to make the large seem small. Put these men under a microscope, test their theories, and see to their failure. That's what this documentary is all about. It was a takedown. It was a shakedown. It was a takedown. That's what this was. Louis Theroux couldn't get good, and you saw a lot of that debate. It was thrown out. But this was the segment that was used the most during that segment, especially with Myron Gaines. He wanted that second conversation. He wanted to control the narrative and let Myron not have any frame with regards to this conversation.
He showed that, but he didn't show when I walked up to her and everything else like that. Didn't show any when I walked up to her, when I kissed her, I gave her a hug. He didn't show any of that.
I don't know. He comes from like very nice values. His family is amazing. So yeah, he's a great man. He teaches men how to be better, and you can see it. If you walk with him any day in the street, you will run by somebody that is.
Some of you guys said that it sounds forced. Guys, English is her second language, okay? For you out there. She came from Venezuela a couple of years ago. English is her second language, so that's why she speaks that way. And just so you guys know, again, you guys can see the surprise on her face from their own footage. Look, she did not expect them there. Look, because she went back over there, she didn't expect them.
Things up for this year especially.
Multiple wives, really?
Oh, hey, there's Angie right there.
Should we meet Angie?
Yeah, she's,
Angie, can we say hi?
As soon as they saw Angie, Here we go. Here we go. We got something, guys. Here we go. Let's try to take him down using his woman. Beautiful woman that she is. Let's do it. But as you heard, Myron, woman, Angie at the time spoke highly of him. She came from a two-parent background. She's one of those feminists who was considered a pick-me, but I guess she wished to be cared and she wished to be covered. So she was covered. And she's still in a relationship right now. She's a great catch, great lady. Myron speaks only highly of him. So there was no problem. It was Theroux's job to try to find a chink in the armor. And they're going to find it through her. Let's continue.
Yeah, we'll keep it.
Yeah, and I said we'll keep it short because she didn't expect them. And obviously I know what they're trying to do as well.
I tell you.
I mean, look, was I wrong? Look at all the shit they cut out.
How awesome this man is. And people don't believe it because you see a personality in camera, but he's actually a great man. Like, he's actually a great person. And he has great values, and I love it. I love everything about him.
Guys, you're going to see the contrast between the two. Stay with me. You're going to see the contrast between the reality and the fallacy in due course. Do stay with me on this. Let's continue.
He can be crazy sometimes, but I really love his personality and his values and everything that, makes him the man that he is.
I didn't coach her to say any of that. She said that herself, walking in.
So one of the things we've been talking about is to do with relations between men and women. Myron's been quite open about the fact that he expects to be in a relationship in which there's one-way monogamy, as he calls it. He's allowed to basically pursue other relationships, but you're not.
The women that he's with, he's just gonna be with them for like a night or so, whatever. But I don't think he sees me that way because there is a reason why I've stayed so long with him.
So one of the things we've been talking about is to do with relations between men and women. Myron's been quite open about the fact that he expects to be in a relationship in which there's one-way monogamy, as he calls it.
Yeah.
And what are your feelings about that?
About his using monogamy?
Yes, the fact that as he sees it, he's allowed to basically pursue other relationships, but you're not.
I try not to think about that much because people like to lean on that subject to get to me, and I've said it before. I said it on Twitter. He has his ways to deal with that. And I just respect it because he's somebody with me, and I try not to mingle with what he does, like in his study.
Ladies and gentlemen, that wasn't seen on Netflix. As you can see by the total time cut there, 50 minutes of that interview were cut because that doesn't fit the gynocentric feminist narrative. Does not fit the echo chamber. If they do, believe me, Louis Theroux would not be seen as a sex god right now. He would not be fulfilling his narrative. He would not. It would displease his Netflix paymasters. They needed to get more. So they continue. Remember, she likes being with Myron. She knows that he has other women at certain times, but she knows that he's always going to come back to her. She's the number one. Any relationship that they have to go through her as well. She understands that, and she doesn't want to leave. But again, not good for Netflix. Let's continue.
That's just something that is mainly him, and I try not to mingle with that because it's just different when we're together. So, yeah.
Sorry, guys.
So I said it in a post recently, and it went viral because of how I view things, and people just don't like it. I see the
Feminists don't like it, Angeli. Feminists don't like it. They don't like it at all. Simps, cucks, feminists don't like it at all.
that he sleeps with, like, dupe wives. I said that on a post, and people were like, dupe wives.
Meaning what?
So he has these
wives.
wipes.
Oh, wipes.
Like,
Oh, dude wipes.
dude wipes.
Yeah.
Like the ones that you have.
Yeah. What?
I said like an analogy on Twitter.
Oh, you were saying that the girls are dude wipes.
Yeah.
They're just disposable.
They're disposable.
So she makes fun of the girls when they try to say some stuff like, oh, because here's the thing, right? The girls will try to do that, like they'll try to like hurt her feelings and say, oh, well, that's why he's an open relationship and you're there, and they try to say that she's stupid. But what they don't understand is like Angie gets it. Like me and Ever had very deep talks about this, where she's like, "Look, I'm the main. I'm his girl, right? He loves me. He doesn't care about you guys," which is true. Like I love this so much. She stuck by me with through a bunch of. She's been there. Anytime I need anything, if I call her, she's gonna answer the phone. So these other girls, like she'll say, "You girls are disposable. You guys are dude wipes," which is like the
that dude wipes is that flushable wipes that he uses. In the bathroom. And I said that to say it like he's just gonna be with them for like a night or so or whatever. But I don't think he sees it that way, because there is a reason why I've stayed so long with him, and I think he treats me differently because I think he has a very meaningful way to see me. Way different than any other of these. So,
and then you should tell them about so you want to tell them about your dad?
Before I tell them about his dad, you can see that she is fully participatory in the relationship, participatory in this relationship. She does not mind being a kept woman. She does not, well, I wouldn't say a kept woman. She does not mind being the number one because she knows she's number one. Myron has intimate encounters with others. If that's the case, she knows that she is come home. She is the one that he comes home to at the end of the day. And you know what? Many women of high value men would like it just the same. Ask any woman, any modern woman out there, any feminist woman out there, if they could be with a rich man who seeks, different encounters with other women, any intimate encounters with other women out there in the world, believe me, they take that deal. They would take that deal. It's been said time and time again. Would you rather be a poor man's wife or a rich man's, well, how shall I say, kept woman? They would take the kept woman because they know their bills are paid. They know their house is covered, and that's exactly what happened to Angie here. But feminists don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. Blue pillars don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that because it goes against their narrative. And the fact that, and I love, I do have respect for them. The likes of Ava and Preach don't feature this. It's because they have to suit an agenda, because they don't really like Myron Gaines in and of itself. There's a running war between the two. There's a running feud between the two. So he buys into that blue pill narrative, even though they are as realistic as possible. And it is through Myron Gaines that they feature Akash as being a cuck. Make that make sense. Let's continue.
I don't want to say.
You don't want to. Okay, never mind that. Well, she comes from a two-parent household. That's why she has these values too. Which is,
well, my parents have been married for like 30 years, and of course, it's not a perfect marriage. So there has been ups and downs there. So obviously, I have learned from them, and I've learned that in a marriage and in a relationship, you will always have those ups and downs, and no relationship is going to be perfect. Of course, our relationship is not like I don't know, conventional. Yeah, like the standard relationship that you see everywhere. But it works for us. It has worked until now, and I won't say that it's been perfect, because no, it's not like I'm happy with the way that he does his things. It's just that I just accept it.
To look at Louis. Sorry. Oh
yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it's just that the camera is right there.
Yeah. Sorry. You just repeat that last bit. It's not that you're happy.
No, that like I was saying. It's not that it's always been perfect. It has had, it's like, for me at least, I haven't felt like happy all the time. It's just that I have learned and accepted that this is something that is his, and it came from the beginning. Like, he told me how it was going to be from the beginning, so I accepted it, and I try not to mingle with that, so it won't affect me as much. So,
and I also want to,
ladies and gentlemen, there it is. Myron told her that from the start. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to have women on the side. You will not have men on the side. You will stick to me. Although you will be a number one, I may have intimate encounters with others on the outside. And she told, it's a matter of choice. Feminists don't want to hear that these women had choices. And that they accepted these choices. Especially with Justin Waller. His wife accepts the choice that he is allowed to have certain men, because she knows, Justin Waller's wife knows, that their bills are paid. There's a roof over their head. They live a certain lifestyle to which most people would only dream of. Same thing with Angie here. Now she has now since left Myron Gaines. Totally fine. They split, but it was her choice to be there for all these years. And she never regrets the time that they had together. Simple as that. There was an awakening. There was a time she moved on. Fine. All well and good. She's allowed to do that. But did Myron Gaines stand in his way? They stand in her way? Browbeat her? Or abuse her mentally or physically? No. She's allowed to move on. But again, don't, ask a feminist to give you the true story of that. Let's continue.
I say the fact that she accepted it, is another reason why, I'm not going to get rid of her. She's beautiful, she's great, she's understanding, and, there's a reason why she gets certain access to me that other women never get. I'm proud to call her my girl. We've been together for a while now. She talks to my parents. She helps me run my businesses, whether it's the real estate stuff or my streaming. So she takes care of our dogs.
Yeah, we have a little family.
So, I really, she's just been great, right, with supporting me. And, people are going to say what they're going to say. People are always going to talk. But I think a lot of that comes from jealousy a lot of times because a lot of are not in a position where they're able to kind of just, chill like Angie does, right? I want her to live a very happy life where she doesn't have to worry about money or anything like that. Like I said before, I'm a firm believer that as the man, you're the protector and the provider, and that's what I'm going to do for her because I love her. So, and she's shown her loyalty to me. She's done great.
Do you think, yeah. I don't want to mix things up.
So we're going to leave it there. I'm not going to say leave it there. We're going to stop there for a second. And as we're going on the 2-hour mark, it looks like we may need a second half to this story. So we're going to keep this as a part 1, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to move on. We're going to move on this. Actually, you know what? No. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. I need to keep it going because tomorrow night I do have... yes, indeed. Thank you very much for joining me on Talk Live. But I do have a baseball game to go to, quite simply. It is the home opener of my Toronto Blue Jays, and I will be attending that. So I need to get this in. So we are going to go as long as possible to get this all in at once. So thank you very much for joining me on Talk Live. Thank you for sticking with me here. We're going to continue this into the third hour here on Talk Live. But yes, but as you can see, that whole, we're back here on Talk Live on IG, YouTube. Like, subscribe, comment on road to 1,000 subscribers. But as you saw there, I just give you a sample, that 50 minutes were cut in this video. 50 minutes. And this was all to suit a narrative. Any sort of, I'm going to let this play out for a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. We could put this out for a little bit longer to show you indeed what they kept in and how they made Myron look bad. Because that was always the key. They didn't want Myron looking good or coming out looking good in here. That's why they used Angie to get to him. Show the flaws in their relationship and show that Myron was indeed the alpha male that he subscribes to be, and make him look the fool. Not worthy of any sort of adherence to a red pill to the red pill ideology. Let's continue.
Between you, right? But yeah. But we were talking about in the future that maybe there's a world where you would have more than one wife, right?
She understands that. She knows that could potentially come down in the future.
What do you say about that?
I don't know. I mean, he has said that in the past. I think I'll see when it happens. Like, I don't know how that will work. I'll see when it happens. Like, I don't know how that will work. But I'll just
because that's not a dude wipe. Is that the right term? Right, do you know what I mean? That's a scenario where...
that was a little bit different.
I think, I bet the thing is that I think...
But right now, it's not going to be anytime soon because I'm just so focused on working.
Yeah, but it could happen, right?
It could, of course.
You can kick it down the road only for so long. You know, she's put 2 years into a relationship. If that's your long-term plan, at some point those two realities will collide.
You know, that's a bridge we'll cross when we get there. Like right now.
What does that mean? That's so avoidant.
It's something you never know, man. You can always change your mind down the road. Who knows? Maybe I'll say, you know, I only just want to be with one girl because the two would be too tough. You know.
You've backtracked on that already. Some people in this part.
The amount of time that I work, especially now.
You've already backtracked on that already.
No. Yeah, it's still funny.
No, it's just that I think the way I see it is that we had like a sort of weird relationship in the past when we started, where he was seeing other girls and kind of like taking it seriously, kind of not. And I think if that ever comes to reality, it will have to be some special girls that we have to be in some sort of connection. We accept everything, and we are like in the same.
Yeah,
plot.
she would need to. We've talked about this. She would need to get it like the other girl. Like I would.
Oh yeah,
I would make a point that I would make a point that they would get along, because I don't think that would be a headache for me.
No, they say about polygamy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, especially with that last clip, and this is one of the more poignant pieces of the documentary itself, Inside the Manosphere, Louis Theroux wanted to emasculate Myron Gaines. Make him feel unconfident. Make him feel not so cocksure. Make him feel like his wavering on his viewpoints with regards to women and multiple women in and of itself. You backtrack on that already. Keep his, you saw the mannerisms, heads down and head up, no answer. When in fact he did have an answer. But nobody wants to hear that because the winners write the stories. However, in this day and age of social media, thank goodness, there are rebuttals through in and of itself. Sorry about that. There are rebuttals in and of itself through use of things like a phone or a video camera and capturing the moment for yourself. And it is clearly seen here that Myron Gaines is not incompetent, and to a point where Angie's actually speaking for him, speaking highly of him, that she needs to be in approval of these women for it to continue. But it can go on. But Netflix doesn't want to hear that. Hear that. Why indeed would they want to hear that? Makes no considerable sense. It goes against the narrative. And you are a white knight / sex god no more. That is Louis Theroux. Let's continue.
It can be that number one is that the two wives are closer than they are to the husband.
Yes, that's so important. That's very, very important.
But even then, I think it's hard.
No, and everything will have to be equal in order to work, I guess. So I don't know. I think we will see in the future if that ever happens. Like, I don't see it happening right now because he works too much. He barely has time for me, so I don't know. I don't see him doing it, honestly. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so you can see, now here's something. Now I'll give good credence to where there are indeed cracks, where Louis Theroux indeed found cracks in the relationship here. And Angie has gone on record to say this, that indeed Louis Theroux gave Angie pause as to the relationship, made her reconsider her place in it, knowing that this man was working too hard, had no time for the relationship. She wanted a family. She wanted something substantial built now. She was with him for 2 years. She felt she hung on long enough. She wanted to get married. She wanted to build a family. Where Myron Gaines said, no, I need to build this base up that little bit more. Which is fair. So, indeed, Louis Theroux did through his investigative journalism, if you can call it that, indeed found a few fissures, a few cracks within the relationship. So, give the man his credit. And this was not used in the video himself. Because, again, it was about the takedown of Myron, not to find cracks in the relationship. But here he did. And that will give Myron full credence, because he could have cut this out altogether with himself. But he said, no editing. This is exactly what happened. And again, I think it was at this time where Angie started reconsidering the relationship between himself and Myron. Let's continue.
But yeah, the thing I wanted to really, the thing also I wanted to like really highlight is that she comes from a 2-parent household, strong father, masculine male, takes care of the family. So she comes from a very good background, which is why we're
but that's not sexy, Myron. You can't say it. That's not sexy. That's not the narrative. That's not the directive from Netflix. We need to see you taken down. So we're gonna have to edit that out.
compatible. We both have both of our parents together, nuclear families. The man does what he's supposed to do, right? So we have very similar values when it comes to that. She's met my parents on several occasions. They love her. So,
in that scenario where you've got, let's say 2 wives, right?
Yeah.
But would you also have like a rotation outside of that?
Oh man, I don't know if I'd be able to do it at that point.
And remember, polygamy is practiced in most countries of the world, most continents of the world, including Africa, the Middle East, in Asia. To this day. But you're not going to hear much of that because once you're in the belly of the gynocracy, the belly of the beast, as it were, it cannot be adhered to. One man, one woman, that's always going to be pushed. It's always going to be adhered to. When in many other places, faces, spaces, continents, this, especially male-centric, instead of gynocentric societies, this is adhered to. This is fine. This is not frowned upon. No likes of Africa, again, the Middle East, Asia. But again, because this is the United States, and the Western world, such practices are frowned upon because of the feminist echo chamber and gynocracy. Let's get going.
I don't know. I'm more like really tired of these girls. So like, you know.
But in theory, that's something you think, you know, like Elon Musk say. They always say he's the sort of template for how it's supposed to be for a Superman.
But also, I wouldn't want to be in a situation.
Do you agree with that though? Is that how you see it? That like ideally you'd have like 10 and they'd all and have children with all of them.
I don't know if I'd go that far, and especially with some of these girls like going crazy, like the Ashley St. Clair stuff, where like he's not even claiming that kid, and she's suing him. Like, no, man, that's a nightmare.
That's some people in this part of the culture, right, who are advocates for the idea of like the 1% male, that ultimate masculine, that he's
Frank, go her. Sorry. Also, I need if you could clean up the room too. I need some help, with that.
Was that okay, by the way? I always feel weird, like...
No, it's
you
cool.
know, it's awkward, though.
No.
How did you feel? A little awkward.
No, not at all. No, Angie, like, she's with me on the stream.
She's as on board as you are.
His ways to deal with that, and I just respect it because he's somebody with me, and I try not to mingle with what he does like in his bedroom. Like that's just something that is mainly him, and I try not to mingle with that because it's just different when we're together. So yeah.
Sorry guys, we hold that thought.
Yeah, she's coughing. She's here. And it's fine, Angie. You guys good with her?
I can get her to the bedroom. Hold. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Also, I need if you could clean up the room too.
Yeah.
I need some help, with that.
They recorded the room?
No.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh yeah.
You try not to.
So there you go. What does that say? Again, make Myron the villain. That is the directive. Don't make him feel like he's in control of this relationship. Make him feel unsure. Make him feel like a chauvinist. Make him look like the browbeater in this relationship. Make him look bad. Make him look bad. That is the reason for this interview. Because during that last segment, if you caught a piece of it, where he was part of the Fresh and Fit After Hours show, Myron came off like a king. And that wasn't used in the Netflix special. Here, you saw fissure, you saw cracks. Yes, let's use that. Yes, let's make Myron look like the villain. Yes, let's get feminists on our side with this thing. Yes, absolutely. If we can make Myron look like a chauvinist, all the better. We are doing our job. Netflix pays us to make him look bad. Make him look like a chauvinist. Make him look like a creature of the past. When in fact, he still respects Angie and respects her to this day and treated her like gold. However, she did not like her place in the relationship when it came to building a family because she wanted a family built. Myron didn't want, well, he wanted to work and she said nothing against that. And that is where the chink of the armor is found, and that is where indeed Myron Gaines was seen as the villain because he was seen as a man controlling the relationship. Oh, do his you shouldn't be able to follow him. He's a male chauvinist. You should be able to do as you want. You're a queen. You're a single independent. Don't need no man. I wonder where those women are with their men. Yeah, I thought so.
Think about it too much.
I try. It's just not really think about it, but not to mingle that much.
You try not to get involved with it.
Involved, yeah, because that's his business mainly. Like that's really his business. And I like I said on Twitter on a post that.
Let me put her in the bathroom.
Of the culture, right, who are advocates for the idea of like the 1% male, that ultimate masculine, that he's
Frank, go her. Sorry. Also, I need if you could clean up the room too. I need some help, with that.
Was that okay? By the way, I always feel weird, like.
No. It's
you
cool.
know, it's awkward though.
No.
How did you feel? It felt a little awkward.
No, not at all. No, Angie.
Look at Theroux. They asked them to leave, and Theroux said, "Oh, was that awkward? Oh, I don't." Asked them to leave. The producer asked them to leave, but yet you see a advantage here. You see an opportunity to make Myron look like he's from 1955. Allow that, making him look like he doesn't. That Angie doesn't have a voice. You're the one who sent them to the room. He is the prime contributor. This is the person you want to study. You can't allow Angie to come. Angie did come back now. She did come back. But you cannot allow her to control the conversation because you came to see Myron Gaines. So there's nothing wrong with what he said or what he does. Now, again, he does a little flexing. Fine. But is she demeaned in any way? No, she's not. Because that's her dog. And she was asked to take him away by the producers of Netflix. But again, they're not going to tell you those secrets. Well done to Myron for actually showing the truth.
Like, she's with me on the
she's as on board as you are. Was that okay? By the way, I always feel weird, like.
No. It's
you
cool.
know, it's awkward though.
No.
How did you feel? It felt a little awkward.
No, not at all. No, Angie, like, she's with me on the
she's as on board as you are.
On board with what specifically?
You know what? Like just the idea of other ladies.
No, we've had these discussions.
I saw a little bit of pain in her.
No.
No, definitely.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. See, they want you to believe that Myron is the villain in all this. Oh, can she have her own voice? Can she have her own mind? Even though she didn't, in the slightest, say that she didn't want what Myron wanted. Felt browbeaten. Felt unloved, uncared for. Didn't say so. She left on her own terms. And Myron said as much. If you follow this timeline any further. But I didn't want to hear that. You want to see Myron take the L. You want to see Myron play the villain, play the antagonist. And Louis Theroux be the protagonist and the White Knight. That's what you want, Netflix, don't you? Of course you do.
You don't think if I said to her, like, you would have Myron all to yourself, would you rather have that? You don't think she would say, yeah, 100%, of course.
She would say whatever makes him happy. That's what she would say. You know, the time I do have, I spend with her if I'm with any woman.
Again, showing that Myron's a villain, playing tense music, see Myron as being, well, an unwanted king in his own castle. Make Myron look bad. That is what's key here. Now, again, we can go, if you want to see this video for yourself, do go to Myron Gaines' post, and he can show you all the edits that are eliminated here. And there are minutes of them, but we can't go through them all at one time. However, we will stop here because it is clear in Louis 8 right now that he still wants to take a strip off Myron Gaines. He didn't get enough footage. He got Angie, try to make him look bad, so they edited to make it so. But you don't want to see that now, do you? Do you want to see the truth? No, you just want to see something that fits your own narrative. However, he felt that wasn't enough. So he went to his one of his employees on the Fresh and Fit show, on the After Hours show, that is Icy, to try to obtain some footage from her. Try to show that Myron was a bad actor. Try to show that he was a bad employer. Show that he was chauvinistic to a fault. Let's see what happens here.
But again, I knew they were going to do this. I knew it. So we're just exposing them for what they are.
With a few minutes before my segment, I wandered off to meet the woman who books the girls for the show. How are you doing?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Louis.
Louis, my name's Icy. I help out with the back.
So the girls will end up going on Fresh and Fit on the show?
Yeah. Sometimes we get into fights here before when we used to serve alcohol, and those nights weren't really pretty when the girls...
Now, Icy comes with an interesting past, I'll say that, if you haven't done the history of Icy. She was an adult entertainer. She's had prior moments where she indeed adhered to the feminist narrative where, her body, her choice. But again, it was Myron who turned her life around and turned her on the straight and narrow. However, Louis Theroux here is still trying to chink at the edifice that is Myron Gaines through his people, through the women that he works with, the women that he calls his girlfriend, called his would-be wife, if not for the end of their relationship. So he is chinking at every piece of armor he can because he knows that Myron is indeed impregnable at this point in time, and Myron sees what's coming. But let's see what happens here.
Got into their emotions.
Funny, you know what? I'm gonna panic with me because every panic will like me. No, my friend, you were a guy.
As we continued, Myron became aware of the conversation.
Yeah, that's the L.
Oh, I just messed up. Okay.
You okay? What happened? Everything all right?
I don't know how to properly say this, but I cannot answer any more questions anymore.
Oh, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, no problem.
Thank you.
Great save by Myron Gaines. Absolutely great save, because it was Louis' agenda to try to find more weaknesses through the women who work with him. And Myron says, okay, he's not here. Where is he? Oh, he may be doing some investigative journalism here, as you do. So, read the Riot Act. I wouldn't say the Riot Act. Read the directive to Icy here, as seen here, the woman involved here, and say, you know what? No question from you, because he tried it. He tried it once with Angie. I don't know if it's what happened before or after, but but he wasn't going to let any sort of leakage come from his organization at all. Great save, Myron Gaines.
Sorry to make it awkward.
That's no problem.
It's not me.
I'm sorry if we made your life difficult.
No, you did it. I'm just not allowed to, that's all.
Myron had seemingly shut down.
Now, some of you guys might be saying, Myron, what happened here? Well, as you guys can tell from this documentary, was I wrong? The fact that they released this documentary and the way that they released it proves that I was correct to tell her to stop talking to them. I don't hide it. I'm actually proud of it, and I protected her probably from saying something that would fuck her up, to be honest. Because you guys already know, I have nothing to do with how the women picked up for the show. Icy and them have their own methodologies, whatever. I give them a lot of leeway to do whatever they want. But I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to make her look crazy. They're trying to, are you a predator? Are you finding these girls? How are you doing it? How are you sourcing it? Blah, blah, blah. Also, another reason why I didn't want her.
Really, what they're trying to do is show Myron was oppressive. That he was a bad employer. That he held these women against his will. Just going to the R. Kelly playbook. They want to show that Myron Gaines was an oppressive employer of these women. But he would not give them the satisfaction. Well played, Myron. He did not allow this chick of the armor to happen because he knew that it was a hit job. He knew that Louis Theroux was here for a reason, and that was to take down Myron Gaines of Fresh and Fit. Make him look bad in front of not only women, but also men who adhere to his tenets. Part of the red manosphere, part of the red pill, and the far right red pill at that. Let's continue.
Talking to them is because the way we source girls, we don't want that out there. We don't want people copying us. As you guys know, we have many people that have tried to imitate us on the imitate our style of show. So it's also trade secrets as well. So again, yeah, you're right. I told her don't answer their questions because number one, I don't want the way that we recruit girls going out there so that people can copy. Number two, I know that they were there to try to get a gotcha moment. And then number three, the release of this documentary vindicates me.
Indeed, he's right. Myron is indeed right because, hey, listen, whatever podcast is, and the host has said it directly, is a direct taking of ideas from Myron Gaines and Fresh and Fit. Literally took it, put it in San Diego, consider it Fresh and Fit with white people and different actors in and of itself. But it's basically the same thing as his. And you can see that, again, if you go to Access Vegas, another show as such, and there are so many shows such as this that have taken the Fresh and Fit idea. Myron is an innovator. Whether you like him or not, he is. And so many have copied off his playbook. Well done, Myron. To be fair. Let's continue.
I was correct. Clearly. So it's funny how he says, oh yeah, Myron shut down Icy. Yeah, I shut it down because this documentary proves me right. The release of this documentary and how it's deceptively edited proves me correct.
Absolutely.
Okay? I can take the heat. I'm the public figure. I don't want my employees suffering or getting up or losing opportunities because I know what you're trying to do. So yeah, I have no problem with that at all. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use this footage, but now we're using it.
Ideology or my views. That's not fair to them. I signed up for it, they didn't. So that's really what it is. I think it's a very reasonable request.
And I'm telling them, cut her out. You guys can get content with me. Cut her out, though. For her safety. And mind you guys, we weren't together at this point in July. We had been broken up, and I was trying to keep it private as well.
Now, again, if you're not familiar with what is going on here, basically, Myron Gaines is asking the producer of Roy here, the producer of the Inside the Manosphere, to not use Angie in the final edit of the documentary. But we all know what happened next. They were not going to miss an opportunity to take a chink off the armor that is Myron Gaines. They were not going to miss out. They were not going to miss out. They were not going to do it. They never got it on the debate stage. They never got it in his after hours. They never got it through his employees. So guess what? The one golden egg, the one silver bullet that they had was indeed the conversation they had with Andy. So they were going to keep it in by hook or by crook, by any means necessary. Let's continue.
I think the danger is that it looks like in a film where we're documenting the masculinity movement and asking questions about whether it's damaging or abusive, right? Asking questions about how appropriate it is in relation to, then we can't allow someone, even the appearance of someone, silencing a, like the idea
silencing a, right?
Ruling out someone's voice.
I'm not silencing a
I'm counting the lies. She doesn't want to be in the documentary. I can show you the text message or call her on three-way and let you hear it yourself. She does not want to be in the documentary whatsoever.
But Angie's on your stream, Myron.
She's not. She hasn't been on my streams in months. She has not been on my content for.
She still are. Anyone can easily find her on.
That's fine, but she hasn't been on my streams for months, and there's a reason for that. It's not about silencing her. She doesn't want to be in the documentary. I'd be happy to call her right now if you want, and I don't know if she's awake right now, but I can call her right now, and you can hear from her directly.
Myron knew that they were never. He can argue as profusely as possible. He knew that any sort of advantage they were going they had in terms of making Myron look bad, they were going to take it. 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 They had an opportunity to manipulate the conversation, and you saw it yourself. It wasn't a whole conversation, and it definitely didn't go the way of the Netflix documentary in and of itself. It was a totally different direction. She was totally fine with whatever Myron was doing at the time. She did question her relationship with Myron, but she was in full support of Myron, that's for sure. And they did not want to show that part, but they will show through sound editing and through film editing of itself. They canceled 50 minutes only to make it look like Myron wasn't in control. Make him look bad. And they were not going to miss that opportunity because they tried on several occasions. And I'm sure if Angie wasn't using that conversation, Myron's participation in this video would have been very, very short and very, very sweet. It wouldn't have lasted an hour and a half. It would have been an hour. I repeat, 1 hour of content.
Oh, yeah. Silence. Don't got nothing to say now, huh?
Let me talk to the team and call you back.
Oh, yeah. It was never about protecting Angie.
Nope.
Never about protecting Angie.
Nope.
At all. It was just about trying to get content to try to get a gotcha. And they couldn't even get the gotcha. The clip that they tried to use and manufacture a story, they couldn't even do it appropriately. Oh, and by the way, for those of you that are wondering, did she actually want to be in the documentary or not? Here's proof for you guys. She didn't want to be in the documentary because this reached out to her right before the documentary was released. He goes, here he is, Ollie. Hi, Angie. I'm very happy to talk to you through your small appearance in the documentary. However, if you don't want to pass on your cell number, it's worth me clarifying that you appear for just 2 minutes in the 90-minute film, as you chat about in Miami. Myron is just one of 4 main contributors across the documentary, so he is not the sole focus. The film will drop on Netflix on March 11 next week. I also have attached 2 helpful documents about your online and social media use. They are definitely worth reading as they offer useful advice on maintaining safety and privacy online for when the film is broadcast. Kind regards. And that's Ollie. You know what she had told them? Guys, I don't want to be in the documentary.
If this is about the Myron documentary, please let me out of it. I didn't want to do it in the first place. I really don't need this right now. We haven't been in a relationship in a long time. I don't want to be part of it at all. I talked to Myron about this, and he said he would talk to you about it. Hi. Without any intentions to sound rude or anything, but I don't see the point of talking on the phone. I haven't seen any other emails from you apart from the ones starting this conversation. Like I said before, Ollie, I'm trying my best to leave anything that has to do with Myron in the past, and I'm trying to be completely out of the public eye. I wish you could understand how the appearance in this documentary would affect me in my private life. I already get harassed enough. Please, I do not want to be part of this. I'm in a completely different place in my life, and I'm trying to distance myself from anything that has to do with them. Please, I hope you could understand.
So what?
Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. She didn't want to be a part of this broadcast, but it's all about getting the big fish. It's all about taking down, it's all about taking down the agents so you can get to the kingpin, the main target of this, and that was Myron Gaines. Sorry, I'll move this over just so you can see the rest of this thing, so you can read it for yourself. But yeah, it's the key. As much as Ollie Roy tried to, rewind this back for a second here. As much as Ollie Roy tried to ensure her that, she was going to be put in the best light and such and such and such, they were trying to drag it out. The fact of the matter is, Angie didn't want to be a part of this at all. At all. And that's that's of this month before it's released. March 2nd, 2026. But the train had already left the station. She was a key point in this documentary, and they were not going to take her out. Especially when Netflix paymasters are looking dead in the eye of Louis Theroux is, you better make sure that these guys look bad. Make sure of it, or you'll never get another chance to work with us again. That was the directive. Now he's a documentarian. But listen, to get a Netflix check, most people would kill for that. So what they want, he will give them. And if it involves, messing with the reputation, messing with the anonymity of Angie, so be it. You're a pawn in the game.
I haven't seen any other emails from you apart from the ones starting this conversation.
Let's move it on.
Like I said before, Ollie, I'm trying my best to leave anything that has to do with Myron in the past, and I'm trying to be completely out of the public eye. I wish you could understand how the appearance in this documentary would affect me in my private life. I already get harassed enough. Please, I do not want to be part of this. I'm in a completely different place in my life, and I'm trying to distance myself from anything that has to do with them. Please. I hope you could understand.
So what does he do? He tries to get her number to talk to her. I told her, Angie, don't talk to them. Don't talk to them. I warned her, don't talk to them. They're going to try to get some more clips of you or whatever, and they're going to make it worse.
And I believe that. They would have made it worse. Absolutely would have made it worse. They would have made it worse and worse and worse. Absolutely. They would have used that content and say, oh, please don't say this. Try to spin it so that Myron looks like an even bigger villain. Don't talk to them again. Absolutely. Any sort of ammunition they were going to do, they were going to use it right against Myron. As sure as the day is long. Believe me. As sure as the day is 24 hours, believe me, they were coming after Myron Gaines by any means necessary.
She said, you're right. I told her, these guys are pariahs. Because I knew at this point that they were going to they're going to put her in the documentary no matter what. So all I did was document everything and show that they're pieces of shit. You know what I mean? So he tries to talk to her again on the phone. I told her, if you're going to contact them, email only. Do not talk to them. She listened to me, and this is what he sent her back. Trying to get her number, trying to hear her show, right? Because he was trying to get a statement from her to, include to the documentary. He even said it, they acknowledged it because we have all this recorded, that, oh, yeah, well, she said good things about you. Why are you worried? And I responded, well, my personal reputation isn't worth putting her in danger. Like, if she says good things about me, that doesn't have... She only said good things about me, as you guys can hear, right, in the clip. But I still said, nah, bro, like, don't put it in because it's going to hurt her. I don't give a fuck about myself. Outweigh the potential danger she faces from being all over the internet and, being a widely public figure.
When Angie came over, it was just to express how much she loved you and how you were behind the scenes, much less kind of fearsome and much more approachable and loving than you might appear to people who saw you on the screen. That was the main part of the content, and then the reference...
I understand that. But see, here's the thing. This is why it's so important. Like, that proves my point. Even though she spoke highly of me, her safety matters more than her repairing my image.
There's a Freudian slip there if you didn't hear it. She is the main part of the documentary. She is the main part of the let me see. Let's go back a little bit. Let's hear it again.
Public figure.
When Angie came over, it was just to express how much she loved you and how you were behind the scenes, much less kind of fearsome and much more approachable and loving than you might appear to people who saw you on the screen. That was the main part of the content, and then...
That was the main part of the content. He couldn't have said it any better. That tete-a-tete between Myron Gaines, Louis Theroux, and Angie was one of the main parts of this content. Make no mistake about it. They wanted to make Myron look bad, and if they can edit it so that he is the bad man in control of Angie, whose only duty was to do his bidding at any time, at way, shape, or form, to fit into a feminist narrative, they are going to frame it as such. That was their job. They wouldn't get paid if they didn't. Shame on you, Netflix.
I understand that. But see, here's the thing. This is why it's so important. Like, that proves my point. Even though she spoke highly of me, her safety matters more than her repairing my image. And I think that's more important. I don't care about her repairing my image. Her safety matters more. And you know, it's funny because do I got to be the voice of reason here? Do I got to be the one to talk to this feminist, to this progressive? Hey, bro, she has a sensitive immigration status. Hey, dude, like, people want to me and shit like that for my political views. I don't want her on camera. You're not going to get any artistic value from this at all. She only said good things about me. It doesn't help your documentary, which you're probably...
But you, little did you know, the power of editing, Myron, the power of editing.
Trying to put out some fucking thing. But what do? They need her in there to try to paint a narrative. So they would rather put her in danger, right, than get the content from me because they were trying to paint a certain narrative, as you guys can see now that the thing's finally out. And look, he's sitting in silence there because they really wanted to talk to me. So they got to pick one because I put them in a bad spot. I told them, yo, I'm not coming down to talk to you guys and letting you back up to the studio to film because they wanted to get my take on censorship and they wanted to see how I do my solo show here, as you guys can see, right? They wanted to see my solo project. I said, cool, I'll let y'all do it. But you guys cannot come up until you tell me that Angie's out of the documentary. And they were willing to sacrifice, right? They want to sacrifice getting this portion of the show, like what I do with my solo show, to keep Angie in the film for 2 minutes. That tells you that these guys were not coming in good faith. They didn't give a fuck about actually getting anything with the red pill of the Manosphere or understanding any of my thought process, whatever. They wanted to go ahead and get some type of gotcha moment with Angie, and they couldn't even get it. That's how desperate they were. So,
ladies and gentlemen,
and it's
and it's so true, and it's so true. I'll leave it there on that piece of bread. But again, their job was to make Myron look the villain. Their job was to identify not only Andrew Tate, but other villains within the Manosphere to look out for, so that people can keep an eye out for Myron Gaines, keep an eye out for Sneeko, keep an eye out for Justin Waller, keep an eye out for HS Tiki-Taki. These are people you cannot have in your schools. These are people you cannot have teaching your young men. It was to point out the villains, according to the feminist/Netflix directive. Now, we're going to go a little further down here, just towards the end of this, towards the end of the video here. Right here, yes. Let's go here to Myron asked Louis to say on camera that his job was to manipulate things. Let's move on here.
But if it's movable, then I appreciate it.
Well, I told you guys it's not a guarantee. I don't need a guarantee. I told you guys this already. There's no need to call people in London. I said, you know, how about this? Louis, how about you say on camera that you're going to do everything in your power to not put Angie in the documentary? You wouldn't even do that. Look, you don't even need to give me a guarantee. I mean, I'll accept Louis on camera saying, look, we're gonna keep her out of the documentary and do our best to do it. I'll accept that. And he's not even guaranteeing it on camera. All he's saying is we're gonna try and do our best. So if it does come out in a certain way, we can go from there.
Well, I'm not quite sure what that means. Like, I would want to,
Yo, comedy, bro. Look at that.
Kind of giving you a guarantee or I'm not, no?
No, I don't. I'm telling you.
The obfuscation of this man is simply ridiculous. He was not going to sign on to anything. He was backed into a corner, and so he just wanted out of there. He did not, not want to go on camera and give assurances that Angie would not be a part of this documentary at all, because she was a key point of it, period.
I'm explicitly saying I don't need a guarantee. What I'm saying is I just need Louis on camera saying, look, we're going to work to keep Angie out. We're going to do our best. Okay? And that's basically it. I stick to my word. So having Angie in the documentary is more important than getting the overall content.
Well, we're not guaranteeing that will be it. So we just, we can't right now standing here in Miami and one of the morning, we can't give you that assurance.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You don't tell the truth. Their job is to give a narrative. Forget the truth. It's a job to give a narrative. They have a directive from Netflix. Make this man look bad. And if it took Angie to do it, exposure of Angie, collateral damage, so be it. Shameless documentarian, documenting, there you go, try to say the word, documenting by Louis Theroux and Ollie Royal himself. It's absolutely shameless. They had a job and they were meaning to do it. Simply at. Or, they fell victim to the filthy lucre, to be fair.
I told you already. I just need Louis on the thing to say I'm gonna work my best to keep her out of it. That's all I need. It's not even a guarantee. And just so you guys know, I knew they wouldn't be able to give that assurance, and I wanted to make sure, just so you guys see how much a piece of shit these guys are. They'd rather get the content and put somebody in a weird situation than get content to actually properly do a documentary on somebody.
No, I appreciate that, and I heard a conversation you had because you were chatting to Louis earlier. He called you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something we can't, on camera or anything. So
okay, I didn't even need a guarantee. I just wanted him to put some skin in the game. That speaks volumes in itself. A man who's supposed to be a progressive champion of humanity who documents the ridiculousness of the right wing can't even make a comment and make a genuine try to keep a woman out of a documentary that can seriously hurt her, right? Isn't the left supposed to be champions of immigration and equal rights and all this other stuff? Why how is it that the racist, anti-Semitic misogynist is the one that has the voice of reason to protect someone's identity?
Because there's money involved, Myron. Simple as that. But thank you very much from Iron. Thank you very much for this video exposing the lies of Netflix documentary Inside the Manosphere. It's clear cut, ladies and gentlemen. They wanted to make Myron look like a villain, and they did their utmost to do it. But thank goodness he recorded everything, documented everything, and so now it's up to you, critical thinkers out there, to understand this. But we're back to Manosphere Highlights Daily. We're still getting into this, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live. 2:45 into the show. We're going to speak back to Manosphere Highlights Daily, and Louis Theroux's Inside the Manosphere doc failed. Here's why. Yes, indeed. Manosphere Highlights Daily did actually 3 videos on this Inside the Manosphere. That's how serious he took it. That's how focus he was on this opportunity here, focus he was on this interview, and he did magnificent work in and of itself. So please like and subscribe to Manosphere Highlights Daily. He did wonderful work in these YouTube streets and deserves your total and undivided attention on this video as well. Let's get into it.
Seemed mainly a chance to embarrass the female guests. See, this is what when they talk about misinformation on the internet, this is what they're talking about.
I'm a huge Trump supporter. I have this stuff everywhere. I just came back from the inauguration. I've been a Trump supporter since 2015.
Men invent, build, and maintain society.
That is Justin Waller, just in case you knew. That's the man who literally has a wife who allows him to sleep with other women and for them to sleep with other women. Funny that. And no gun to her head, fully adherent to his confident, intelligent, and assertiveness. And listen, most women would take that deal, to be fair, but don't tell the feminists, please.
Fact. And don't women do that too?
Okay, 921, 922.
3.
Theroux, hit one. Gay. Gay.
And actually, Mr. Theroux, if you had a look at the documentary, at the end of the day, he tries to redeem himself on that because he saw himself as less of a man. Let's continue.
Foolishness. Louis Theroux just dropped a documentary on the Manosphere called Inside the Manosphere. And if you've actually spent time in this space for more than 5 minutes, something about it feels...
Shout out to Rich Cyrus!
Hoping to understand a little more of what they appreciated in the Manosphere content.
Not because everything in it is wrong, but because it's looking at the loudest part of the manosphere and pretending that's the whole thing.
A man who's not dangerous, he will never be seen as successful. You can't be a little bitch.
Man against women, it's attack on masculinity.
If your bitch is going to a club when you said no, destroy her life.
Now here's where it gets interesting. Back in 2017, Cassie J made a documentary called The Red Pill, and she did something Theroux never really attempts.
I was trying to understand how these, what I perceived to be women haters, could have so many followers.
She tried to understand the people she was interviewing. One of these documentaries tries to understand men. The other tries to warn you about them. One struggled to get screenings. The other ended up on Netflix. And that contrast? That tells you everything you need to know about who controls the narrative. And halfway through Theroux's documentary, there's a moment that completely exposes the problem with how the manosphere is being portrayed. Most people won't even notice it. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. Let's get into it. Now it's time for us to get into this and do what we gotta do.
Let's move on.
It's sometimes called the Manosphere. And so I'd come to its spiritual home, Miami. Much of the Manosphere is made up of relatively uncontroversial comedians and podcasters who broadcast about women, fitness, and wealth to a mainly male audience. But at its edges is a community of more extreme content creators. It was this world and its motivations I was most intrigued by.
Let's break this down.
The community of ultra-masculine influencers, sometimes called the Manosphere.
Already wrong. The Manosphere isn't a community of influencers. Influencers are the product of the Manosphere. They are the loudest voices, sure, the ones who make the most noise, get the most clicks, generate the most controversy, but they are not it. Let's continue.
And so I'd come to its spiritual home, Miami.
Miami? Miami? The Manosphere doesn't have a spiritual home. It's decentralized by nature. It exists in forums, in comment sections, in private Discord servers, in the minds of millions of men quietly questioning the world they were handed. But sure.
Well said there by Manosphere Highlights Daily. Yes, indeed. Some people may... the loudest voices may be in Miami, but again, this is a praxeology that is disseminated throughout the world. It is Miami. It can't be seen as its spiritual home. Miami has some of the loudest influences within the space in that environment. You can also call Las Vegas said thing. You can call New York as is. You listen, Kevin Samuels. Black Manosphere. He was in Atlanta. So to call the Miami the spiritual home as such, I think it's a bit of a stretch and shows a lack of research done by Leroy Theroux. But again, he's here to be sensational. Let's continue.
Miami, where the influencers live. Keep going.
Much of the Manosphere is made up of relatively uncontroversial comedians and podcasters who broadcast about women, fitness, and wealth to a mainly male audience.
Relatively uncontroversial. That's the concession. That's him admitting that most of this space is just normal guys talking about self-improvement, talking about health, talking about building a life. But he's not here for that.
But at its...
Oh, listen, unless you get a feminist on the panel telling what men want to do, they're seen as the enemy. They are seen as the villain. Continue.
Edges is a community of more extreme content creators. It was this world and its motivations I was most intrigued by.
There it is. He admits it out loud on camera. He's not here to understand the Manosphere. He's here to explore the edges, the extremes, the controversial content creators. And then he named the documentary Inside the Manosphere. The foolishness.
It's not small. You get inside the Manosphere when you're only looking at its edges. I repeat, how can you get inside the Manosphere when you're only looking at its extremes, at its edges, at its thrust? When there are so many other actors within the space that adhere to so many different views, as we'll hear a little bit later, like Dr. Scott Gardner, as also James Sexton, and many other actors here who take up the whole space, take up the inside of the manosphere, and none are featured here. But again, this is to get clicks, this is to get views, this is to identify the true villains within the space. And so everybody's cast within the same brush, which is unfair in and of itself. Let's continue.
Imagine if someone made a documentary called Inside America and spent the whole time in a maximum security prison. Would that be Inside America, or would it be Inside America's prisons? Theroux didn't make a documentary about the Manosphere. He made a documentary about the Manosphere's most controversial influencers. And those are not the same thing. The foolishness.
After protracted negotiations, I'd arranged 2 days of filming with an influencer named Harrison Sullivan. I'd arranged to go on Myron's podcast, given it is widely viewed as one of the most poisonous shows in the entire Manosphere.
Again, he's meant to, all these narratives, all this script is meant to vilify the actors that are highlighted here on this film as some of the most poisonous shows in the entire Manosphere. Yes, it is putting these people on notice to all, especially schools, especially governments, that these are the enemy. This you need to identify. This you need to eliminate from any sort of discourse, because they are influencing men not to any feminist gynocratic tenets. Let's continue.
One of the most popular and notorious goes by the name Sneeko. He turns down most mainstream media requests. To my surprise, he agreed to meet me.
Let me take you back for a second. There was a time when the Manosphere understood something crucial about survival. You don't talk to the mainstream. You remember men going their own way? Not influencers, not content creators trying to go viral. Just men who quietly decided to opt out of a system they saw as rigged. They had channels, they had communities, they had conversations that helped thousands of men feel less alone. And then one guy, Big John from MGTOW's Freedom, decided to go on CNN.
Today, I'm jumping into the lion's den.
You know, people are gonna say, oh my God, how could you sit on the same couch as that John guy? Such a jerk.
He thought he could explain men going their own way to the mainstream, humanize it, make them understand. Big mistake. After that CNN piece dropped, MGTOW was officially labeled a hate group. Every major men going their own way channel got demonetized. The algorithm shadow banned them. Years of community building wiped out overnight. And I'll never forget what Dirt Flinging Monkey said in response. He made a video addressed to Big John, and he quoted the most important rule in cinema history. Fight Club, rule number 1. You don't talk about Fight Club. Fight Club, rule number 2. You do not talk about Fight Club.
Right. Because this is where the villains begin. If you're speaking against the feminist narrative, you're speaking against the gynocracy, speaking against SIPs, speaking against blue pill ideology, you're automatically the villain. You're automatically the pariah of society. You don't... Male improvement without female involvement must be eliminated at all costs. That is the narrative of feminists. They didn't get here after 60 years to see a movement take them out. They are fighting at all costs. They're on the insides of many echo chambers of many corporate structures, and so they say, we need to take this out before it becomes too big, because it's already elected a president. It has already elected a president of the quote-unquote strongest nation in the world. And they don't want it to happen again. So all bad actors must be identified and taken out, demonetized, and not be seen to influence young boys, even though it has gone on unabated. Let's continue.
That was the lesson. The mainstream doesn't want to understand you. It wants to expose you, label you, destroy you, so you stay in the shadows. You build in the dark. You protect your community by keeping it out of the spotlight. That was the old rule. Now look at the Manosphere Theroux documents.
So why get her on the stream then?
Clout.
Chasing her clout?
Yeah. Views, which it did.
These guys are not hiding. They are performing. They want the attention. They want the controversy because attention today is currency. Views turn into subscribers. Subscribers turn into revenue. So of course, influencers will sit down with a documentary crew. Exposure helps their brand, but that creates a strange situation. The people most willing to appear in documentaries are often the ones who benefit the most from the spotlight, which means the documentary naturally focuses on the performers, not the deep conversations underneath.
Yeah, that involves too much analytical thought. That involves way too much balance to the discourse. Who wants all that? It was Theroux's job to identify the people, the boogeymen, as in this instance. That was his job. You can hear it in his rhetoric. You can hear it in his narrative. That was his. Justin Waller, Sneeko, HS Tiki-Taki, Myron Gaines, they are the enemy, along with a man who they tried to get on this documentary and did not want to participate, and that is Andrew Tate. And even Tristan Tate himself. They did not want any part of it because they know anything they're involved with from mainstream media and even now new media such as Netflix, they knew the hit was on. They were burned too many times. And having critical thought was never the plan of this Netflix documentary. It was to make men look bad in front of their gynocratic overseers. Let's continue.
It sounds like, are you even in the manosphere? Not really.
I guess so. I am. I mean, I think that that kind of graduated. A lot of people that were in that space are now in politics, and everybody in the manosphere is just there. People online who are trying to make a buck, selling.
I would say gynocratic would be overseers. Now I thought about that. Let's go.
Ideologies, and people have heard all the talking points already.
This moment in the documentary is actually one of the most revealing. Sneeko says the manosphere kind of graduated, that people moved into politics, that a lot of creators are now selling ideologies online. Whether he realizes it or not, that statement says a lot, because the original manosphere wasn't built by influencers chasing views. It was built by men dealing with real consequences. Divorce court, custody battles, fathers losing access to their kids, men trying to rebuild their lives after systems they trusted turned against them. Those conversations weren't entertainment, they were survival. That's the part Theroux never really explores. Because,
ladies and gentlemen, yes, we're going to go into our fourth hour here. It's that important to show. I'm going to let this ride and continue. We are nearly at the end. The fourth hour will be the last hour. Thank you very much. We'll be back in a second. Thank you very much to my IG people here. We are continuing here on Talk Live on YouTube. Just going to get everything back here. Like, subscribe, comment on the road to 1,000 subscribers. We're getting into this at 1:40 in the morning. Yes, we're going to let this ride. It's going into the fourth hour, ladies and gentlemen. Back in we go, ladies and gentlemen, in the final hour of Talk Live here. And the discovery of Inside the Manosphere, where Netflix gets it wrong again. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live on IG and YouTube. Like, subscribe, comment on the road to 1,000 subscribers. And it is Netflix's second swipe at the Manosphere, second swipe at the Red Pill movement. The first one was indeed the Adolescence movie that swept the Golden Globes a few weeks back. But again, it's just placing schools and government on notice that these are bad actors. Myron Gaines, Justin Waller, Sneeko, and also HS Tiki-Taki, and these people are the ones that governments and feminists alike need to look out for, because they are the enemy. It's identifying the enemy. That's what this whole documentary is about. Let's continue.
survival stories are quiet, they are complicated, and they don't always make good viral content. But the audience listening to these conversations, they're still real. When someone watches a chaotic live stream, they're watching for entertainment. But when a man watches a red pill video, very often He's looking for answers. He's confused. He's struggling. He's trying to understand experiences nobody else is willing to talk about. And whether the influencer is genuine or just performing, the audience's questions are still real. That's the layer the documentary barely touches. Now, some of you watching, you already know what time it is. You've been in this space for many years. You're not confused anymore. You're not struggling the way you used to be. You're here for your red pill vitamins. Just like going to the gym. You don't go because you forgot how to lift. You go because maintenance is real. Because the world doesn't stop trying to pull you back to sleep. The truth never gets old.
I decided to meet these MRAs.
What you'll hear is that we hate women. You'll hear that it's a backlash against women's rights. You'll hear that we're regressives that want women back in the kitchen and making sandwiches and barefoot and pregnant.
Now compare that to what Cassie J did with the red pill. She started with a question. What is the men's rights movement actually about? She interviewed activists, researchers, feminist academics, people who had spent decades arguing about these issues.
You're just bitter, you're a loser, you're a whiner, you're ugly, you're undesirable, you're lazy, you're scary, you must be a racist.
Again, this is what happens. This is what happens. Most feminists resort to when they have no plausible argument against men's rights activists, Manosphere, red pill. They resort to shame, insults, guilt, need to be right, sign language, and RIP Godfather, but it's true. And it's still to this day because they have no viable answers, no meaningful responses that men could cling to. They just want to take out all bad actors. Let's continue.
You must be a misogynist.
When we do speak out, women often don't want to hear what we have to say. And
by take out, I mean ostracization. Let's continue.
So then we're called names, we're called whiners.
And this is the way people who don't want men to talk about issues try to shut us up.
And something unexpected happened. Her perspective changed. Not because someone convinced her overnight, but because she actually listened to both sides of the argument. By the end of the documentary, she said she no longer identified as a feminist.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to that title there by Cassie J. Amazing. Repeat that.
Overnight, but because she actually listened to both sides of the argument. By the end of the documentary, she said she no longer identified as a feminist.
She no longer identified as an feminist. A person who listened to both points of view and realized, you know what? A lot of these feminists, and the thing about it is what a lot of feminists don't realize, and Netflix doesn't realize, that a lot of women don't identify as feminists anymore. Literally don't. They'd rather be tradcon wives. They'd rather be part of the men's right advocate movement. They do not identify with feminism anymore because feminism is destructive and it can be taken away at a moment's notice in the midst of war. And what they realize is also is the fact that it's a superiority movement. It's not a movement that understands or wishes to understand men. No. It wishes to shut down said actors and push forth a narrative that women are superior to men, as was sung by Sabrina Carpenter on that stage we saw a couple hours ago. That's what feminism is today. See men as stupid, see men as unqualified, see men as adhering to the patriarchy, see men as adhering to a pay grab that doesn't exist. Anything to beat down men into submission. And once given the opportunity to fully and critically study said ideas, I'm sure it goes for Dr. Katie Keene Montgomery. As soon as she found out about the Manosphere, she had to take some edicts from the Manosphere and realize, you know what, these guys are right. And again, it's win at all costs for feminists, isn't it? Let's continue.
Not because she opposed women's rights, but because she felt the conversation about men had been missed. That documentary caused outrage. Screenings were canceled, petitions were launched, and yet today a documentary about the Manosphere sits comfortably on Netflix.
Wow. There you go. One made by a woman, mind you. A feminist journey into the men's rights movement. One that actually listened to men and took this, understood what men were coming from, so much so that this woman stopped becoming a feminist. The documentary was shelved because it didn't adhere to the gynocratic oaths and truths. While another, a white knight, a cuck, a simp, a blue-pilled member of society who was paid by Netflix paymasters in order to vilify and identify bad actors, it's seen as one of the top 10 documentaries, top 10 must-see pieces of content on Netflix today. Make that make sense. Let's continue.
Think about that contrast for a moment. One documentary tried to understand the arguments, the other focuses on the loudest personalities, and only one of them gets global distribution.
There it is.
So here's where we land. Theroux made a documentary about performers. Jay made a documentary about people. Theroux focused on the loudest voices. Jay focused on the arguments. And that difference matters, because when we started this channel, we understood something. If the channel ever grew, people would eventually come here, trying to figure out what the Manosphere actually is, and that comes with responsibility. That's why we don't build this channel around shouting extreme things for attention. We don't need to perform. We don't need controversy to carry the message, because if the red pill is actually the truth, it doesn't need theatrics. The truth speaks for itself. The early creators in this space didn't make money from YouTube. Most of them spoke because men's voices needed to be heard somewhere. That hasn't changed. Documentaries will come and go. Influencers will chase the next viral moment. But the men watching quietly in the background, trying to understand their own lives, are still here. And as long as they are, we'll keep speaking. Listen to all, follow none.
Excellent, excellent, excellent portrayal there by Manosphere Highlights Daily. The Manosphere will continue unabated. No matter what feminists do, no matter how many villains they wish to point out, at the end of the day, it continues on. It goes on without stopping, because men are helping men. Be they fatherless men, unconfident men, men who have lost their way and are looking for hope. All these men need guidance, and only the Manosphere, and as Andrew Wilson said so eloquently, it is only the Manosphere who can literally give them a playbook as to how to do it. By watching what women do and adapting. Allowing women to feel safe and confident in the men that they choose. But, of course, you can't say all that, because it doesn't follow a narrative. The gynocentric narrative. Thank you very much for for Manosphere Highlights Daily doing wonderful things to YouTube streets. Absolutely fantastic. But there's one more person I want to hear from, and that's this man. James J. Sexton, doing wonderful things to YouTube streets. Please like and subscribe to James Sexton. I've featured him on this channel before, and he is, I would say, part of the Manosphere, part of Red Pill, but at a certain segment of the Red Pill. And I think he so eloquently put how wide of a movement this is, as Manosphere Highlights Daily has put out there. And he is showing good actors, bad actors, non-faithful actors as well, and also ones that you can adhere to. But he understands that this is a movement that is nuanced, that is multifaceted, and that needs to be heard. And he's willing to listen. So let's hear from James Sexton here with Better Call Sexton segment. James Sexton dissects Netflix weirdest documentary, Inside the Manosphere. Let's get into it.
Went into the world of these red pill Manosphere podcasters.
I'm gonna actually stop you there. I think he picked an intentionally ridiculous sample. Yes. I think that, so to say that he like went into the Manosphere is kind of like saying, you know, I went to the United States to sample restaurants in the United States. So I went to the Heart Attack Grill in Las Vegas, and I went to Hooters in Tennessee, and then I went to a hot dog stand in New York City, and now I've learned what you can learn about cuisine in the United States. Like, no, you...
Indeed, and that's exactly what Manosphere Highlights Dave was saying himself. You don't find out about America by going to its prisons. You don't find out American cuisine by going to a few places here and there. You need to get a full cornucopia of American cuisine before you can cast judgment. But again, the Inside the Manosphere doesn't do that. It only hears from the loudest voices. It only hears from the outer edges, not inside the Manosphere at all. It's only hearing from its loudest edges, as they say, the fringe. It's only listening to the fringe, and that is supposed to be speaking for all Manospheric content, which is not true at all. Let's continue.
Picked some deliberately ridiculous examples of something that are the most extreme versions in the absolutely like worst possible way.
Indeed, far right, as I say. Yes, indeed. Again, James Sexton does not adhere to those ideals for the most part, but let's hear what he has to say.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that as well. And it's very much on display in this doc. Yeah. But you almost have to realize, like, I'm so chronically online and I see all these characters. But if you're just an average person on Netflix, this is probably your first introduction to this.
People are going to watch this concept. And be like, oh my gosh, like this is what the Manosphere is. And look, this is like the idea of the Manosphere and the red pill as the boogeyman. It's like the new thing. Like that's what adolescence was about.
Yep,
it's what all of
these
things are about. And we all everybody loves a good villain. And wouldn't it be great if it was just like we could blame some movement? And, you know, this is why people like me and Chris Williamson and Scott Galloway have to clear our throats and do land acknowledgments for 10 minutes every time we say anything even vaguely supportive of any aspect of masculinity, because otherwise we get accused of being red pill. And actually today, on social media, somebody posted a thing saying, oh, Jim Sexton used to be good, but now he's red pill. Now he's red pill. And again, I know I didn't notice their presence and I didn't notice their absence. I'll be all right. But I have a fairly defined sense of self. My heart will go on without, you know, Karen 42615. But look, you know, it's super easy to just call anyone who says anything about men red pill, but that's really not true. And if you're talking about the concept of like people talking about masculinity as a key issue, meaning a key issue to them, not it's the most important issue in the world. I don't know that masculinity or femininity are the most important issues in the world. We've got like 3 wars going on right now, all of which probably could merit our attention. 500,000 people have been killed in the last month in one of them. So I feel like we could say that there's more to talk about in the world than gender roles in the United States at the moment. 4,000 children die of starvation per hour. Somebody might say, hey, that's more important than how we're hurting each other's feelings online. But it seems to be a very popular villain right now, the Manosphere. If you want to talk about people who are talking about gender from an androcentric perspective, okay, meaning this is primarily from a men's perspective, you can break it into a bunch of different subcategories, just like you could feminism. You know, feminism was Gloria Steinem, Andrea Dworkin. They were 2 totally different forms of feminism. One was super anti-pornography. The other one was not. Like there's a lot going in terms of radicals. There's radicals in almost every movement. So fundamentally, the Manosphere, what he could have done was looked at the edges of the manosphere or the red pill space. Like, there are credible social scientists. There's Warren Farrell, PhD, who is a very credible scholar on issues related to men and masculinity. He wrote Father and Child Reunion. He wrote a bunch of other books about the male gender role. The Myth of Male Power is one of them. He was a man who in the 1970s and 1980s was appointed to the board of the National Organization of Women. Gloria Steinem, big fan, and blurbed his book, The Myth of Male Power. Again, a gender critical thinker, talking a lot about the male gender role and where, there are issues in how we address masculinity, issues that, if corrected, would be helpful to women in the world as well, and would be freeing to women in the same ways that feminism can be freeing to men when it frees us from rigid gender roles. But instead of looking at, okay, here's the intellectual fringe, and then over here we have someone like Andrew Tate or Sneeko or the people that
HS Tiki Taki.
Yeah,
like,
HS Tiki.
How do you create how do you take yourself seriously
like,
making a documentary about HS Tiki Taki?
And then there are people that are like somewhere between those things, right? Like, you have what we've referred to as the Gentlemanosphere, which is me and Chris Williamson and Scott Galloway. Then you have people that are a little closer to the traditional red pill, like the godfather of the red pill himself, Rollo Tomassi, who I consider a friend and a colleague, even though we very often openly disagree with each other about things. He's spent a lot of airtime on his show criticizing my perspectives. I've occasionally criticized his perspectives. As he says it, whenever he criticizes me, iron sharpens iron. We can still have a friendship and disagree with each other about certain things. Andrew Wilson from The Crucible, who was recently on Joe Rogan and a few other shows, and his wife, Rachel Wilson, a brilliant person. They're both really bright people. I disagree with them about a whole bunch of things, but we can agree on certain problems and that they exist. We might disagree on the solutions and how to go about it. We come from different faith backgrounds. We come from different life backgrounds. We come from different perspectives. But again, we have intelligent discourse. Mike Sartain, another very intelligent, thoughtful human being who does a lot of great thinking and writing about gender issues from a male perspective. To go back to Rollo Tomassi, wrote a series of books called The Rational Male, which I think are some of the most intelligent books out there about male gender role and about traditional masculinity and femininity. Again, do I agree with everything he says in them? No. Do I agree? Do I think everything he says in it is written in the most artful, thoughtful way? No. Listen, anybody who talks online as much as I do, or Rollo has, or Mike has, or anybody has, you're going to have a few ill-placed words here and there. Trust me, you can find stuff to make anybody sound a little bit silly or a little bit sexist if you want to, and if you have ill intentions and you want to distort their message. But the fact that Louis Theroux deliberately picked 3 or 4 absolutely clownish examples and then presented it like it was somehow indicative of the entire men's movement, it's just disingenuous, it's dishonest, it's misleading. And I hate when someone who's pretending to be a neutral documentarian who, in all of the press is talking about, oh, he has 3 sons and he did this because of his 3 sons and he's looking out for his 3 sons. Bullshit. This is the same grift as anybody. You're looking to get views. You're looking to get paid. You're not looking to change the world in positive ways. If you were, you would have put a more balanced message out there. You would have had at least one person on the show talking credibly about the masculine archetypes, talking about the male gender role. Why didn't you have somebody like Scott Galloway, who just wrote a book about this? Have him on the show. Have Chris Williamson. By the way, you were on Chris Williamson's show promoting the documentary after you've released it. Why didn't you have Chris on the thing before? He's been talking about this stuff for years. You could have any number of people, but instead you put in hyperbolic extreme examples that, again, make for really good TV. You also, by the way, the people that he picked are extremely young, and they're people that just, again, they're young people. Like, who among us didn't think some dumb shit when you were in your 20s and even in your 30s? Like, that's, and Louis Theroux's an adult like me. Like, he's probably close to my age, if not a little bit older. And by the way, there are so many ways you could frame masculinity and traditionally masculine activities. Like, have some people about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and why it's become so incredibly popular in the last 10 years. And it's still primarily a male-based activity, although there are a tremendous number of women now that really very much enjoy it and have been obviously part of the development of the sport all along. in terms of ratios, it still is more popular with men than women, but it's growing very much in popularity with women. But why not talk about some of the things out there that are positive masculinity that still are part of the manosphere? Again, this idea of the manosphere and making that the name for this villainous thing is just as bad as saying feminism. There's so much in the world of feminism, some of which is utterly toxic and very, very rigid in its gender definitions.
I Sabrina Carpenter's terrible stage show anyway.
And very misandrist, and some of which is really about the liberation of all people from, from oppressive aspects of gender roles, and really is something that we would all do well to be quiet and listen to, and is made up of people that are thoughtful and that are educated and have done real research. And then there are just people that are just talking shit, and all he did was focused on like 3 examples of absolutely extreme people that are just talking shit and part of like all kinds of grifts. So it really just isn't what it purports to be.
Well,
excellent. I let that run. I let that run because James Section is so erudite, so magnanimous in terms of his execution of his point of view. Simply fantastic. But the crux of his argument is this. As stated, he only got the far right segment of the manosphere on his show. There's such a wide spectrum of the manosphere that was not highlighted, but it was all about clicks, it was all about views, it was all about vilification, it was all about showing who the bad actors really were and who the boogeyman were, and these are the bad, and showing that these are the men we need to look out for going forward because they could topple society, quote unquote. When in fact, there are so many actors within this space, including Roll Tomasi, Chris Williamson, R.I.P. to, well, hey, let's go to black contributors as well, such as Kevin Samuels, such as Angry Man, such as O'Shea Duke Jackson, such as mediocre tutorial reviews. All these different actors, black, white, Chow Time, another one. All these different people within the manosphere, quite simply. Chris Williamson, as stated, also Dr. Scott Galloway, who's in the middle, who actually was on show with Oprah, but he is, I would say, manosphere light. He is in that middle road, as stated, such as Chris Williamson, who also gets a lot of flack from the likes of Myron Gaines. He sees him as being a bit of a slightly a bit of a cuck when it comes down to it. But all these people have a voice, and all these people should have a say on Inside the Manosphere. You did not take us inside the Manosphere. That's why I see this as a failure. You did not get varying views. You did not ask a Cassie J if indeed if she wanted to participate, and why she changed from being a feminist to being a part being a non-feminist because of the fact that of her research she did on the manosphere in and of itself. There are so many actors in this. It's such a wide spectrum of views. It can go from left wing to right. On the left, you have the likes of scholarly professors, and many featured on the documentary featuring Cassie J. And on the right, you get those individuals that were featured on the manosphere. And in the middle, you get a James Section, you get a Scott Galloway, you get a Chris Williamson. All these people are important to the movement. Everybody has a right, everybody has a say, and we can all listen to things from time to time. Even Abba and Preach can be seen as manosphere advocates to a certain extent. Definitely left wing, but I would say they're more blue pill than ever. But they call out cuckdom, they call out symptom, but they're on a totally different spectrum. Even though these two are enemies, but that is the point. This documentary doesn't get to that crux, and that's to that wider argument. So to say you're being taken inside the manosphere is a misnomer. It's a lie. It's a bit of a misrepresentation, and that we need to understand here is that you can't take Louis Theroux's thing as gospel. You can't really fully understand the Manosphere by looking at Louis Theroux. He heavily edited it. He wanted to see these people as bad actors. He gave those simple solutions. His job was to be sensational and to point out the villains, point out the boogeymen. And that is disrespectful on of any high account here, but look who's paying the bills. It is Netflix. They want to be saying that, look, government, these men should be demonetized. These men should be driven out of society because they don't listen to feminist edicts. They aren't what we want our children to listen to. But they offer no solutions in return. And that's where even the paymasters are bad actors. So well said by James Sexton in pointing out the fact that indeed we have in the Manosphere, in Red Pill, so many different views. So even Manosphere Highlights Daily, shout out to him. So many different people who can put their who are willing to put their names and names, necks, reputations, their families, their freedoms on the line to try to teach men to do better and live better, and in so doing, fly in the face of the gynocracy itself. Let's continue.
He was doing exactly what those guys do, and that's try to make entertainment for the masses.
Yeah.
Like these people are characters who have found a lane, found a grift that works, and they ratchet it up to 100.
But see, if you know, and again, I'm gonna for your bingo cards out there for Better Call Sexton, Neil Postman, who was my mentor at NYU, his most popular work was a book called Amusing Ourselves to Death, Public Discourse in the Age of Television. It actually inspired Roger Waters to make an album called Amused to Death. But ultimately, what Neil was talking about in that book, which came out when television was becoming incredibly popular, was that when television is attempting to entertain you and admits that it's here to entertain you, it's not as dangerous. What's dangerous is when it's pretending to inform you, because it's not. The medium is the message. Like television, activity and conflict plays better on television. So the medium, television, is the message. It's going to lend itself not to intelligent, prolonged discourse. It's going to lend itself to quick cuts and action and crazy things. So if you have an hour and a half for a documentary, yes, of course, it's going to be more entertaining to put crazy ass people on the screen, instead of having intelligent people like Warren Farrell sitting in an office at the university where they teach, having a discussion about research on outcomes of mental health in young men or women. Like, that's not as interesting. The Lincoln Douglas debates took place over a span of like 5 days. And Lincoln got up and talked for 3 hours. Then Frederick Douglass got up and talked for 3 hours. And then there was a rebuttal period. And people literally rode on horses and walked to watch this because they felt it was their civic duty to make an informed decision. Now we do things like televised debates where we go, how would you solve the conflict with Israel and Palestine? You have 30 seconds to answer. And the only intelligent answer would be, that is a problem and a conflict that has been gone on for so long and has such a myriad of causes and second order effects that even attempting to answer it in 30 seconds would be absolutely foolish. That's the only 30-second comment you could really make that makes sense. But instead saying, I believe life is precious. And okay, that's all that anybody does now, is they just duck around and just find ways to not answer the question while seeming like they answered the question. And listen, as a trial lawyer, I'm a huge fan of people doing that. But what I will tell you is it doesn't make for good news. Like, you're watching that, just say, I'm watching some clowns. I'm watching the freak show. I'm watching the 3 people that Theroux decided, oh yeah, I'm going to put those 3 people up because they're absolute clowns and I'm going to put them up and make them look silly. Don't think you actually watch something about the Manosphere or the red pill space. That's not what you're seeing. You're seeing an extreme version of things. That's like saying, I watched a documentary about OnlyFans creators and I learned what I needed to know about the plight of women in the United States. That's absolutely ridiculous. No, it's an incredibly small subsection. And by the way, it's still an oversimplification at that point. So this is not a documentary. It's entertainment. Don't think you're learning anything from it other than the fact that, you know, Louis Theroux was interested in making some money from Netflix, and God bless you, buddy. You got 3 sons to feed.
And there it is. Well said by James Sexton. He is so very good. But then again, he's a lawyer, so they have a way of words, and so and they're so erudite in posing arguments. And here we are again. Indeed, what Inside the Manosphere it's sensationalism. It is literally entertainment, but it's dangerous education because it's entertained with a message. Because it's literally telling people these are the bad guys. Listen to me. These are the bad guys. Make sure that they don't teach your sons. And that is a problem because a good and bad can come out of anyone, and quite simply, to see this as Inside the Manosphere is disingenuous. It is disingenuous, ladies and gentlemen. You have to be a critical thinker. As stated, the debates between Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln over 5 days. Back then, people were more informed and again, were more analytical and more critical in their thinking than they are today. Right now, they just want it packaged, sandwiched together, tell me who the bad actors are. Okay, those are the guys, fine. That's all I need to know. And then they are vilified. And then there are actors within the actors that say, okay, I have something against Sneeko. I have something against Justin Waller. I have something against H.S. Tiki-Taki. I have something against Myron Gaines. Lord knows he did. And Lord knows Ab and Preach, who are good actors for the most part, are bad actors here because and any sort of slight he could take on Myron Gaines, including the likes of Osei Duke Jackson, including the likes of many other actors out there who want to take a slight on Myron, who have an agenda against him. They're going to take their hits. They're going to take their slights because Myron has aggrieved these people too. So at the end of the day, you have to look at all these pieces of information and realize, well, I know I'm not going to listen to Ab and Preach when it comes to Myron Gaines because they want to make him look bad. And they are just like Louis Theroux when it comes to this sort of subject matter. So you have to do your research, you have to do your due diligence, and it shouldn't just be at a Sabrina Carpenter party, a Carpenter concert, and you're literally singing out lyrics, not knowing the full ramifications of what you're singing. You're just, you're just a lemming. You're just, you're just a follower. You're just a person who blindly believes everything you're told without doing your own research. And that's what we're getting with a lot of people who watch this. Feminists buys into their narrative. Yes, I believe that. Bang. Without doing any critical thinking. They're not going to be a Cassie J. There's simply not going to be a Cassie J here. Do their own documentary, do their own research. Even if they don't do a documentary, do your own research, do your own background checks, do your own due diligence, and find out where these guys really are and why they say the things they say. Listen to a Scott Galloway, listen to a Chris Williamson, listen to a James Sexton, listen to any sort of voice that you can get to that advocates for men's right advocates, be it from the left and the right, and get a balanced view. I listen to Myron Gaines Professor Fit because a lot of things he has to say are absolutely true. And women adhere to it too. That's the reason why his show is so popular. That's why there are whatever podcast which takes away from Fresh and Fit. Yes, Fresh and Fit were the beginners. Whatever podcast, they followed suit. I say again. And so with that, you have to... I listen to Myron Gaines simply because he speaks certain truths. Now, he may be abrasive in doing it, but he and a person like James Sexton may not agree, but he has a right to say it. And he's been on Fresh and Fit himself, and they may not agree in said views, as he doesn't agree with Roland Tomasi, the seen as the godfather of the Red Pill, who wrote the Rational Male. They may not agree on most viewpoints, but it's iron sharpens iron. That's what critical thinkers are. They hear from different views, and you come out to a viewpoint. That's what Manosphere Highlights Days was saying today. Listen to many, follow no one. Follow your own heart, mind, soul on certain subject, but be informed when you're doing it. That's the main thing. But again, Not a lot of people are going to do that because not a lot of people read anymore. Not a lot of people are critical thinkers anymore. They just want a pre-packaged decision that they can follow along suit with. And many of these feminists, unfortunately, and on the other side as well, but many of these feminists just want to hear what they want to hear and see who the villains are. And it's just like government. Tell us who the villains are. Okay, we'll go after them. And that's exactly what Kamala Harris was doing with Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines. Tell me who the villains are. Those are the bad guys. Fine. She was willing to go out there and punish those supposed bad actors who were helping men hand over fist every single day. They may be from the fringe, yes, but they're still helping men. Michael Sartain may be a bit between the two. I would say Rollo Tomasi and Michael Sartain are in the middle of the fringe there. So they're about center right when it comes to these sort of things. But they're all critical thinkers, guys. They're all very intelligent men, and they all deserve our attention. They can't just be vilified. They can't just be sectioned off into a corner just because they go against feminist views. They deserve our attention. They deserve your praise or rebuke, but at least have a listen to them as Cassie J did. Let's continue.
All right, gang, I'm going to share something with you about a Sexton's secret. And this.
All right, so we're going to move on here. Sexton's selling something, but, you know, he's got to do what he's got to do, ladies and gentlemen, so let's go.
It does seem, though, like what you just said, I think the public is catching on to. I think early on, people were taking Andrew Tate and some of these guys seriously. Adults now know these are the circus freaks.
Yeah.
I think where people get concerned is these guys have a lot of young fans who see they're driving a Lamborghini. They say they make $5,000 a day and they these girls. And there are kids who are like, that's my hero.
Yeah.
And I think that's where people get really uneasy about the red pill. And these guys.
And look, I don't think that that's not a legitimate cause for concern. I raised 2 sons in the internet age. And I will tell you, it's frightening out there. It's frightening to know that these are people holding themselves up as role models. These are people, by the way, your children reach an age where they're less interested in what you have to tell them and they're more interested in what their peers tell them is important. That's just the nature. That's been true since the beginning of time, where children eventually grow to a point where they want to be part of their peer group and they want to see what other people are doing and wearing and thinking. And that's what they start to, they start to really lean towards and lean into. That's part of the middle school and high school years. You know, not everybody in their parenting journey has got there yet, but trust me, it's there. So what you have to try to hope is that you've instilled in them some basic logic and common sense and some critical thought, so they know that not all information is created equal. Look, guys, information has become a form of garbage. It comes at us from all directions, 24 hours a day, devoid of context, and all claiming to be the truth, some kind of objective truth. And in fact, all it is just an amalgam of points of view with one goal in mind: to colonize every single moment of your attention for the gain of people who don't care about you and want your money. So you really have to understand it's junk food. It is junk food for your brain. And again, I'm a fan of junk food. Just know that it's junk food and don't make it a staple of your diet. Make it something you eat on Saturday nights to celebrate the fact that the rest of the week you take good care of yourself and you feed yourself with nourishing things. Because I'm telling you, if you make this the main staple of your diet, this internet garbage, the main staple of your diet, you're going to die in a real way.
Excellent point again. Listen, it's a pleasure to listen to this man. It's a pleasure to listen to James Sexton on a regular basis. Again, from a legal background, you can hear where he's coming from. You can hear the arguments that he's pointing at, that he's placing out there, and it's just logic. If you have a strong base, familial base, a strong man within the household, someone who can tell them right from wrong and direct them on the proper path and how to dissect all these information, you can trust your kids will be able to be critical, analytical thinkers and really parse through the good from the bad. And that's exactly what James Sexton is. As long as And as you as a person, you in taking this information can understand that there are certain things that are part of this segment that are racist. There are certain parts of this stuff that are purely money motivated. There are certain parts of this segment, especially on the fringe, that that buy it, or even through the middle, that buy into more of a feminist narrative, or certain parts of things that that's quite simply can be chauvinistic, but you have to take that aside because it's not part of the red pill and Manosphere to be chauvinistic. But you have to really parse through all these bits of information, take the good and not the bad. Junk food's not bad for you unless you take it in mass amounts, in greater sums. You have to do you have to make sure that what you take in is the good and stay away from the bad. And quite simply, the Louis Theroux episode, the Inside the Manosphere documentation, just simply dines out on the bad. It dines out, well, I wouldn't say the bad actors, it dines out on good people instead of focusing in on what they can contribute to society. It only focuses in on the noise, the rhetoric, the sensationalism of it all, and just lets everybody know these are bad guys, you're the good guy, please don't listen to them. And that is a shame, because from every bad actors you see, there are certain things that of good you could take. From most people, that is. And it is hoped that the likes of Louis Theroux can be parsed through and seen, and do what I did and actually do your background research as I've done tonight, and find out that there is a greater narrative that wasn't focused on here. That there was indeed a agenda going into this to let everybody see the real quote-unquote bad actors within the Manosphere, instead of going to the good, like a Scott Galloway, Chris Williamson, Rollo Tomasi, Michael Sartain, MTR, or even the late great Kevin Samuels, R.I.P., who's not here, who couldn't really participate in this documentary altogether, but again would have been so eloquent and so well presented to give his views on this subject, and even taking it from a, well, how should I say, an Afrocentric slash BIPOC point of view. I was just trying to find the word. BIPOC point of view would have been great as well in this. But again, Myron Gaines speaks for, I guess, the BIPOC reality, and so does HS Tiki Taki. So we have to give it its grace. But again, it would have been so great to have, again, many various actors speak to this, but we are never going to get that. We're never going to get that here, because the whole agenda of this thing and why this documentary falls on its face is because it was meant to vilify and not educate. Let's continue.
One of the big themes of this doc was the notion of one-sided monogamy. So this is Justin Waller explaining his one-way monogamous relationship to Louis Theroux.
Are you married?
No. I'm going to get a lot of smoke for this. I always do. Everybody gets mad at me when they ask me about my relationship.
Are you saying you're not in a monogamous relationship?
One-sided monogamy? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Women don't want to sleep with other men when they love a man.
One-sided monogamy means what?
It means like, see, here we go. Here we go. Setting me up. The mother of my children, the woman that I'm with, she doesn't talk to other men. So, stings, huh? You seem upset by it. You seem upset by it. People get so upset with me about this.
So what I'll say is the following. One, the dynamics of people's sexual relationships within the context of their marriage or committed relationship where they have children together is none of Louis Theroux's fucking business, right? What he does in his bedroom, what he enjoys doing in his bedroom, as long as it's with consenting adults and doesn't scare the horses, I don't fucking care what he does. It's nobody's business, okay?
Absolutely correct. How Louis Theroux got on his high horse and said, this is wrong, this is great, the feminists are never going to agree with this, you're a bad man. That is acting in bad faith. And James Sexton is so correct. What people do in the privacy of their own home is their business. What agreements they get up to is their business. It is not for society to judge Justin Waller on the way he conducts his marriage, conducts his common law marriage or life with his woman. Far be it for us to do that. But again, any port for a storm, any way to throw dirt on this man's name, they're going to do it. And if this man, and it was self-confessed by his wife that she was fully with anything that he did because he was a protector and provider. He was a man who was confident, intelligent, assertive. He was a high-value man. So guess what? To the victor goes the spoils, people, and it is far be it from us, far be it from any feminist, to poo-poo this sort of arrangement and engagement. Absolutely shame on Louis Theroux, but again, we understand who his paymasters are. We understand what his agenda is. But a lot of people won't get that. A lot of people have their own agendas to get at these men as well. Especially when you have the women on podcasts calling Louis Theroux a sex god. Terrible piece of documentarianism by Louis Theroux there.
So the idea of one-way monogamy that Justin Waller is describing in this, okay, if it is imposed on someone somehow, right? I don't know exactly how that would work. Like if he's somehow forced her into one-way monogamy, like break up with him, divorce him. Like I'm a divorce lawyer. Like my job is undoing unhappy relationships. So you can leave a person. And this is a very wealthy guy, by the way, by every metric. He spends a lot of time in the documentary, Louis Theroux, showing how much money this guy has. So the woman who has children with him could leave him and do quite well. If I was representing her, believe me, she'd walk out with like, a couple of those Lambos and a lot of that money. So, and a significant amount of child support. So this is all good stuff, right? So again, she's there for a reason. She's in the relationship for a reason. He talks about how he and his wife or spouse or whatever you want to call her, that they have, there was a period of time where they would have, in the bedroom, they'd invite women together into the bedroom and they would have threesomes and things like that. Okay. Again, this is nobody's business but this couple, okay? And they're putting it out there. If they want to put it out there, great. People can be as public with their relationships or as private as they want to be. Here's what I would say. There's a framing of this that he's intentionally using, one-way monogamy, to make it look like this is like the Handmaid's Tale and these women are with these men and they're forced to be with these men and they're forced into this. First of all, none of these women are forced to be with any of these men. They've made the choices that they've made with these men. And if ladies, I don't think it's that shocking. I think most men, if they came home and said, I have decided I will no longer be monogamous with you, but you will remain monogamous to me, then most women would be like, excellent, go f yourself. Like that would just not happen. It wouldn't fly, right? And if a man came home and made that pronouncement and you said, okay, I'm willing to agree to that, that is your choice. You have the right to make that choice. Again.
And guess who made that choice? Angie made that choice. Justin Waller's wife made that choice. HS Tiki Taki's girlfriend who was there made that choice. They all know that these men are out there. Sneeko didn't have any, well, he wasn't in any relationship at the time, but all these ladies made a choice. Feminists are so butthurt that they made a choice that favored them, that they fully were on board with, outside of the parameters, outside of the rhetoric of the feminist era. And people and women keep making these choices. Let me make this perfectly clear. When you see the likes of Elon Musk, when you see the likes of the last the Masked Singer. When you see the likes of the Masked Singer host, Nick Cannon, sorry about that. When you see the likes of Nick Cannon, when you see the likes of all these athletes, if you see the likes of all these athletes having babies with multiple wives, and they're willing to stay with these men regardless because of their place in society and the amount of money they have, feminism be damned. Who are we to judge? Who are we to say that they're not right in doing so? This is where society is being led to. This is where intersexual dynamics is going. And you have to either, it's a praxeology. It's literal praxeology. Men have adapted to society to say, you either have to get more money, you have to make more muscle, you have to more game, more frame, in order to have the wherewithal to call shots and say, listen, this is what I'm doing, and if you don't like it, you can leave. You're free to leave. Most of these women are free to leave, but they don't want to leave because these are the men that they desire, and they're willing to look the other way in order to keep these men in their lives. That's something that feminists, that women's movement, that modern women can't get through their heads. That their choice of monogamy can be cast to the side for these men of high value. They can't understand that these men, if you're not of a certain high value as a woman, they will cast you to the side like a dinosaur themselves. They'll keep you in the streets. The whole my body, my choice, the whole let's not think of my past, only think of my future thing. Men are seeing this and saying, you know what, no more. Until the victor goes the spoil. So that these men want to, and they will continue to, adhere to these truths, who are we to judge? Especially even in a gynocracy. Let's continue.
Again, is it my choice? Is it a choice that other people might not support? Of course.
What you just described, there's actually a moment in the doc with Myron Gaines' girlfriend where she says exactly what you said. Yeah. He goes out with all these girls, but that's for one night, one time in the bedroom, but he comes home to me. Right. However, fast forward to 6 months when this documentary comes out, they have broken up.
Yep.
So as much as you're saying what you're saying makes sense and wouldn't it be great, is it just realistic in today's world that will work?
I really don't know if it'll work. I haven't seen, look, I'm the wrong person to ask because I am not someone who subscribes to that relationship model. I tend to be monogamous and I'm prone to monogamy. And I tend to think that that's a relationship permutation that makes sense. But again, I'm not shaming anybody who's in a non-monogamous permutation of relationship. The other thing that I would say is that, I think there are lots of reasons why relationships succeed and fail. So Myron's relationship may not have failed because of sexual issues related to monogamy. It could have been any number of other things. And
he's gone on record to say what those things were, and that was he was working too hard. He couldn't provide Angie what she wanted, which was a family now. She wanted to be married now. She wanted to have a family now. She wanted Myron to dedicate himself to that family unit, and he said no. He had to grow his business. That's the reason why they split up. And she has not said anything untoward. That's the real reason. It's not because of his lifestyle, because she adhered to said lifestyle. But some people aren't hearing this. Not at all.
There's a lot of things going on in people's lives that don't have to do what they're doing when it comes to sex. The other thing I would say when it comes to these sexual relationships and the way that people choose their sexual dynamics is, again, as long as it's above board and honest with each other, it's not being imposed on anybody. There are 8 billion people in the world. You can choose any one of them as your potential partner. You don't have to stay with any particular one. And the scene where they're talking about the idea that, yeah, of course he sleeps with those women, but then he comes home to me. I don't think that that's anything, avant-garde. I think the idea of a wife and a gourmand has been around. Like there's this idea that people would have a fling. We all agree there's a difference between a dalliance and like a long-term affair. A dalliance might just be, yeah, this person had a sexual urge and they acted on it. Whether they should have or shouldn't have is between the two people in the relationship. But, you know, that's different than someone saying, yeah, I want to leave my relationship because this person no longer satisfies me.
We'll wrap on.
And we're going to leave it right there because we're just coming down to the end of it. But thanks to James Section doing wonderful things in these YouTube streams. Please like and subscribe to James Section. James Section dissects Netflix weirdest documentary. And you know what? He gave it fair play. Fair play to him. He did a wonderful job in dissecting it, but he realized that a lot of these people are indeed bad actors. And Louis Theroux had an agenda, and he stuck to it. And his job and his ideas of vilifying these men because they made certain choices is quite embarrassing, and is not real documentarianism. If you want to have a look at what a real documentary is, look at Cassie J and what she did in terms of the Manosphere. But they're never going to put that out in the real public because, again, doesn't fit a feminist narrative. I just see a comment here. This Netflix documentary was stupid and silly. Yeah, it was stupid and silly. Thank you very much to Chisa Zed right there, but he wasn't featured here tonight. But let's go full camera and wrap things up. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you gotta be a critical thinker these days. You really, really do. As we enter near the 4th hour of this show. And I had to do a deep dive in this because this is something that I truly adhere to, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the red lights are for a reason. But you need to do your due diligence. You need to do your research. You got to see who people that you got to have everybody have their say, and with that, take from it what you will. But to say this is the inside of the Manosphere is an absolute misnomer. It is a lie. It is a misrepresentation. This is taking one segment, which is the radical right end of it, and saying to the masses, this is the Manosphere, which is wrong. What this is, what Inside the Manosphere is, if it is at all possible, is a show of the fringe and an agenda to see who the backed actors were, and to make them all look bad, no matter what state of relationship they may be in. They were never going to get any real answers from the men, so they had to go through their women in order to get their agendas fulfilled. And it's a shame that Louis Theroux had to go through such skullduggerous means, quite simply, in order to get what he wanted out of this documentary. But you see who his paid masters were, Netflix. They tried it with adolescents. Here's their second try. And they'll keep doing it until they fulfill their agenda of rooting out Manosphere content throughout the world. And quite simply, it's a shame that Netflix has to go to these lengths, but they've chosen a side, and so be it. It is up for us men to keep the dialogue going, to keep the content of highbrow nature, to inform each other, and to live by the edicts of the NLD: more money, more muscle, learn game, hold frame. And that is how we need to go through society. But let me say this: you need to get a varied view of things, either from the far right, as we saw in the inside the Manosphere, to the left of scholars and speakers and people all the way through said spectrum, including the likes of Andrew Wilson, including the likes of late Kevin Samuels, including the likes of MTR, including the likes of James Sexton, including the likes of Rollo Tomasi, Chris Williamson, including the likes of Michael Sartain, including the likes of Rollo Tomasi, and all people in between. And form your own view, and don't follow Netflix, period, on this subject. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live. We're going to end it here on Instagram. Talk soon. Peace. And we're going to carry it through here on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Live on this deep dive. 4 hours in of Inside the Manosphere, where Netflix gets it wrong again. They tried once, they tried twice, but it's up to you to be an informed consumer of this information. Separate the good from the bad. Find the nourishment, as James Sexton, that caters to your needs and not the junk food, period. And really, let's keep on helping each other, period, throughout this period, because there is an assault on men. There is a very much an assault on men here. And it seems like it's going unabated. And they're carrying men to carry the fight to us. But as men, we need to be considerate, be informed, and do your due diligence in order to move this moving forward, because it's going unabated. There's no doubt about that. They may drive it to the underground, but it's going unabated. And the more we speak up about this, the more that we learn from each other, the better this movement will be. And what do you say, that as good or bad actors, the people who are featured on this documentary, the likes of H.S. Tiki-Taki, Justin Waller, Myron Gaines, and Sneeko, whether you see them as good or bad actors, the fact of the matter is they're being very influential and they're changing politics. As Sneeko has said, they're getting into politics, they're making movements, and they, through their efforts, as Kamala Harris has said, through Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines, it allowed for the likes of Donald J. Trump to be put back in the White House, whether you like it or not. So this movement is not going anywhere, and it's up to us to do the right thing, do our due diligence, do our research, and make sure that we are informed Manospherians and not listening to just the fringe. You want to be inside the Manosphere? Get inside the whole Manosphere and not just a part of it. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Talk Live. We're going to end it right here. We're going to be back on Saturday night. As stated, tomorrow night I'm heading to the J game. I'm going to the home opener. I love my Jays. I want to see that banner raise. AL champions. And we go back at it for 2026. Hopefully we bring home the big crown this time, and we're as we were just 2 outs away. But I like my Jays thus far, but there are certain holes in the lineup. Hopefully they see it throughout the they plug them up throughout the year, even at the trade deadline. But yeah, I got to go see my Jays, so that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. But we'll be back on Saturday night with a new topic. I have yet to decide. It may be Saturday Night Corey Fights. There are a few things going on there, but there are a few other topics that I've yet to cover, and we will be focusing in on those on Talk Talk Live, including a return of Lord Sith Jada, ladies and gentlemen. Look out for that. Thank you very much for joining me here on Talk Talk Live. We're going to end it right here. And